जो इंस्टीट्यूट का प्रेसिडेंट होता था, काउंसिल का जो अध्यक्ष होता था, वो एग्जीक्यूटिव ऑफिसर भी वही होता था। काम भी जो है, वर्क भी, सारी जिम्मेदारी उसकी थी। अब इसमें थोड़ा सा पावर सेपरेशन का किया। वो तो एग्जीक्यूटिव जो प्रेसिडेंट जो है, वो केवल ये देखेगा कि जो प्रोफेशन है वो एज पर एक्ट चल रहा है कि नहीं चल रहा, लेकिन जो प्रशासनिक काम करने के लिए जो सेक्रेटरी है उसको चीफ एग्जीक्यूटिव ऑफिसर बना दिया गया, ताकि डे टू डे वर्किंग जो भी है अंडर द सुपरविजन ऑफ द प्रेसिडेंट, डे टू डे वर्किंग सेक्रेटरी के या प्रशासनिक जो है, जैसे एग्जीक्यूटिव पावर है वो सेक्रेटरी के पास हो गई, और डिसीजिव पावर जो है वो प्रेसिडेंट के पास, काउंसिल के पास ही रहेगी। उसमें कुछ नहीं, पर उसको एग्जीक्यूट, जो काउंसिल ने निर्णय किया उसको एग्जीक्यूट करना वो जिम्मेदारी सेक्रेटरी की होगी, क्योंकि एग्जीक्यूटिव वो चीफ वो होगा। इस महोदय जी, तो यह जो आज है, मैं भी एक मेंबर हूं और हो सकता है इंस्टीट्यूट का मेंबर हूं, और हो सकता है कुछ साथी नाराज भी हो, लेकिन ये जो अमेंडमेंट आए हैं ये इंस्टीट्यूट प्रोफेशन के हित में आए हैं, और इससे पूरा आगे प्रोफेशन बढ़ेगा। और इसके साथ साथ मैं कहना चाहता हूं महोदय जी, आपके माध्यम से सरकार को, माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी को, कि केवल चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट की गलती से ही कोई फ्रॉड नहीं होता है, उसमें काफी कुछ होते हैं, बहुत इन्वॉल्व होते हैं। केवल चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट को दोषी ठहराना भी गलत है। यह उनके साथ जो है ये बिल्कुल, क्योंकि केवल उसकी वजह से नहीं होता है। और मेरा जो है वादा है इसके साथ साथ, क्योंकि अभी आने वाले समय में बहुत दिक्कतें आने वाली। क्या दिक्कत आने वाली मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ। इस कोरोना काल में जो छोटे छोटे इन्वेस्टर थे, जो बैंक में पैसा जो बैंक में जमा कराते थे या कुछ करते थे, वो धीरे धीरे उन्होंने इस कोरोना काल में लगभग 1.5 करोड़ नए डीमेट अकाउंट शेयर मार्केट के लिए ट्रेडिंग करने के लिए, शेयर मार्केट में इन्वेस्ट करने के लिए लगभग छोटे छोटे इन्वेस्टरों ने 1.5 करोड़ नए। अब ये इनका इन्वेस्टर्स जो जिन्होंने किया है, इनका कैसे प्रोटेक्शन हो सके, तो मैं माननीय आपके माध्यम से सरकार से निवेदन करना चाहता हूं कि एक इन्वेस्टर्स प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट, जिससे ये छोटे निवेशक बच सके। क्योंकि आज की तारीख में 3-4 बड़े बड़े मामले चल रहे हैं, उसमें पीएसीएल है, आदर्श क्रेडिट कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी है, सहारा इंडिया है, इसमें करोड़ों लोगों के लाखों करोड़ रुपए उलझे हुए हैं। और ये पैसा कंपनियों के पास पूरी एसेट्स है, प्रॉपर्टी है, सब है, लेकिन कानूनी लकुनों की वजह से, कुछ कोर्ट की वजह से ये पैसा जो इन्वेस्टर है उनको नहीं मिल रहा है। तो इस पे ध्यान देने की जरूरत है कि कोई ऐसा इन्वेस्टर्स प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट आए ताकि बाकी झगड़े चलते रहे, लेकिन जिसने पैसा लगाया है उसका पैसा जिस हिसाब से उसने सेफ्टी के लिए, अपने फ्यूचर के लिए, अपनी पेंशन का पैसा लगाया, वो वापस उसको टाइमली मिल सके। यह बहुत ऐसा कोई कानून लाना जरूरी है महोदय जी। तो मैं यही कहना चाह रहा हूं बस केवल आपके माध्यम से सरकार को, यह एक अच्छा है, पर कहीं न ऐसा न हो जाए जो दूसरों की शंका है कि जो सरकार का उद्देश्य है, मोदी सरकार का मिनिमम गवर्नमेंट मैक्सिमम गवर्नेंस, कहीं यह जो अपने इस हिसाब से कहीं इसमें थोड़ी कुछ गड़बड़ न हो जाए, इसका जरूर ध्यान रखा जाए। आपने बोलने का समय दिया, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
श्री ए राजा जी।
सर, Chairman sir, thank you very much for this opportunity given to me. Sir, I used to register my appreciation, apprehension and accusation in mixed manner. Yes, latter part. Some of the provisions are deserved to be appreciated. Some of the provisions create apprehension in the mind of the professionalists and public. And I am having my own accusation against the bill that this government is having some hidden agenda in their mind. Sir, appreciation in the sense, the attempt that has been made to have a legislation to revamp the entire system of profession of chartered accountancy, as the government sensed it, some scrutiny is essentially needed. To that extent, it is deserved for appreciation. What has been said in the state objectives and statement of objectives and reasons, the motto of the bill is, as mentioned in the objectives, to deal with the misconduct by the institutions. What are the institutions? Indian Institute of Chartered Accounts and Indian Institute of Cost Accountant, Indian Institute of Company Secretaries. These three bodies are created under a separate and distinct statutes. Whether I can appreciate the government or I can express my apprehensions, the first time, I think, to my knowledge, three individual and separate and distinct institutions created under a separate, distinct identities and created under different statutes have been corrected by a single legislation. It is unknown to the jurisprudence, unknown to the legislative ethics. The procedure that has been adopted by the government is completely unknown to the democratic norms of this House, legislative competency of this House. That has to be expressed by the Minister first. Sir, government has come up with a legislation to deal with three different branches, different institutions created under the different statutes. However, it is workable. That has to be discussed at length in this House. However, my speech will be very brief. Sir, I do not want to take more time. Sir, as the bill was already discussed in the Parliamentary Standing Committee and the recommendations came up, I think that all the members of the Standing Committee from the different parties must have expressed their views, and I hope all views expressed in the committee meeting should have been incorporated in the bill. In spite of the deliberation took place in the Standing Committee, there are so many anomalies in the bill. I will list out one or two. Sir, by passing the bill, the appreciation deserved, what I said is, by passing this bill, first time we are having a multidisciplinary body, mechanism, multidisciplinary practice and mechanism. What is meant by multidisciplinary mechanism? You are including not only chartered accountants, not only non-chartered accountants, you are including in this system advocates and other professionalists, even engineers, architects, all are included in this system to revamp the entire chartered accountancy. That is a good attempt. Whether it is going to deliver the tangible results or not, altogether different. Notwithstanding the outcome, the attempt that has been made to synchronize all the statutes by way of creating a multiple disciplinary forum or body or practice is really deserved for appreciation. But let us leave to the natural course when it is applicable to the when was applied on the ground. Sir, for these reasons, the reason behind the multidisciplinary practice will provide integrated services from both CA and non-CA, as I put it earlier. Because of this, other communities like lawyers, engineers, and architects will be benefited not only in the terms of professional experts, in terms of financial aspects also. Sir, I do appreciate one more thing. The first time, when you are enacting the legislation, the legislation, so far all the legislations, namely three legislations, for chartered accountant and cost accountant and company secretaries, three legislations, starting from 1956, 59 and 80 respectively. All these legislations focused only for the chartered accountants and company affairs and the cost benefit analysis. But first time, non-audit professions, non-audit skills, which is essentially, maybe a little bit remotely, but essentially needed in the system, that has been inducted by way of this legislation. That has to be appreciated. For all this reason, I am having no reservation to extend my support to this bill. But still, I am having my own issues. I will express my accusation and apprehension now. Sir, my friend Vishnu Prasad from Congress has expressed beautifully that what are all the anomaly available in the bill. The one is disciplinary committee. The second one is coordination committee. As you put it rightly, the entire entity of the body, disciplinary committee, has been changed, not only physically, in the letter and spirit, and the delivery system also completely diametrically opposite with the existing system and the already existed system. So, rightly he put it, earlier 2 government nominees, 3 chartered accountants, totally 5 members. Chairman was chartered accountant. Now, only 2 chartered accountant and 3 non-chartered accountant, even that can be digested. But what is surprise and shock is, the chairman will be the non-chartered accountant. My friend rightly said, for advocates, Bar Council of Chairman will be advocate. Medical Council, chairman will be doctor. Chartered accountant, you are having non-chartered accountant. What type of justice is being delivered? Sir, in law, yes, do admit, no one can be a judge for his own cause. That is applicable to individual. I cannot be a judge for my own case. It has to be given to you or somebody else to maintain the neutrality. But whereas the professions is concerned, justice has to be delivered only by the same identical professionalist. A man who practices law can interpret law and deliver justice. A man who did practice in medicine, he can give advice for medicine. Domain knowledge. Now you are transporting an alien, complete alien, to some body. That is why saying not only the autonomous of the body is compromised, or autonomous of the body is not only compromised or diluted or mitigated. My accusation is you are having hidden political agenda to kill some institution, to kill some companies. Otherwise, such an attempt should not have been done. Similarly, coming to the coordinating committee, not only, sir, before, as Vishnu Prasad rightly said it, a man who is supposed to be the chairman of the Chartered Accounts Committee's, Disciplinary Committee's chairman, he must know the nitty-gritty of the accounting standard. He must know the very micro-level knowledge in auditing standards. Accounting standards, auditing standards, even one step I can go further, even ethical standard is there. All these standards must be weighed only by a professionalist, namely CA. But you are putting a non-CA and wanted to measure the accounting standard, auditing standard, and ethical standard. It is not practically possible. That is why I am accusing you are having some hidden agenda. Coming to the coordination committee. Coordination committee, also there is a problem. You devise the terms and conditions for the coordination committee. So the coordinating committee must be confined within the terms and conditions. You just have a perusal. Any ordinary, reasonable and prudent man, it does not need any rich knowledge. Any ordinary, reasonable, prudent man can peruse the line, terms and conditions, and can say the terms and reference now device is traveling beyond the terms and reference. That is why I am having. The present president of the Chartered Account Association Institute, they express their apprehension that government is having some hidden agenda. It is not fair on the part of the government. So for these reasons, disciplinary committee and coordination committee attempt that has been made with malicious intention to kill somebody, to kill some institute, even it may be politically motivated. That is a hidden agenda. I do sense it. Please, to that extent, you must have courage to withdraw the bill, amend the bill, or let it be referred to the another committee, select committee, cutting across the political parties members can give their ideas, then let it be piloted before this House. With these words, I commend this bill. Thank you. Select.
Shri Saugataraji.
I rise to speak on the Chartered Accountants, Cost and Works Accountant and Company Secretaries Amendment Bill 2021. This bill was brought to Parliament in 2021 December. It was referred to the Standing Committee, of which Mr. Jayant Sinha is the chairman and of which I also happen to be member. The Standing Committee has by and large, it has more or less endorsed the bill. But the Standing Committee mentioned certain things which the ultimate bill has not followed. What is it? The standing committee mentioned that the autonomy of this institute should not be hampered. Yes, regulation is to be ensured, but in making regulations, you should not throw out the baby with the bathwater. And that is what has happened. The bureaucrats in the Corporate Affairs Ministry have increased their stranglehold on these three independent professions through this bill. Why? Now they are saying that there will be a coordination committee consisting of the three types of professionals: chartered accountants, cost accountants, and company secretaries. And it will be headed by the Secretary, Corporate Affairs. The bill aims at bringing discipline to the professions. But the disciplinary authority will be headed by a non-chartered accountant. And the disciplinary committee would have more non-CA members than CA members. So this is what the government is doing generally. You know, earlier there was an elected Medical Council of India. They dismissed that. Now they have got National Medical Commission, all appointed people. They want to take away the power of all professional bodies, medical profession. Then Bar Council power they will slowly take away. They are taking away the power of these professionals. I do not say that these professions are perfect. We all know that chartered accountants, these institutes, have purposely limited the number of pass-outs. If the pass-outs are less, then the scope of jobs is more. And I do not know of any chartered accountant who is unemployed. The chartered accountants sign everything from balance sheet of schools, NGOs, companies. The Prime Minister has mentioned that your signature is more important than ours, because if the chartered accountant signs the balance sheet of a company, it means it's sacrosanct. Now, the chartered accountants have not been ideal in this respect. We all know of Satyam Computers, very famous audit firm of India was engaged. Satyam was showing its shares at an inflated value. It was found that there's total wrongdoing by the chartered accountant company. And recently, you know, ILFS, Infrastructure Leasing and Finance Corporation, they were also caught with their hand in the till, and there also chartered accountants have failed. I know that there is need to control, bring some discipline to the chartered accountants, but it cannot be ensured by giving more power to the Corporate Affairs Ministry. The mechanism within the professions has to be strengthened. And that's why I think that in spite of whatever the standing committee mentioned, it has not gone by the recommendations of the standing committee. Standing committee very specifically said, Mr. Jayant Sinha mentioned that we should not take away the autonomy of this institute. Why have the government taken away the autonomy of the institute? It's all right, smaller things. You increase the term of the council from 3 years to 4 years. You enhance the penalties, fines in case of misconduct. But this amendment, hence, has become self-defeating. Of course, I know that the chartered accountants are great lobbyists. Earlier also, such a bill came, but they lobbied. do not put more restrictions on us. They were successful. But in order to control their lobbying, this is not the way that has been shown. I am against. The panel has said the government should consider setting up an Indian Institute of Accounting, akin to IITs and IIMs across the country for enhancing the development of accounting and finance profession. Good idea. Government has not accepted it. The observation was made. The parliamentary panel also suggested that multiple bodies, as is the norm in advanced nation, are required to promote healthy competition and raising the standards and improving the credibility of financial reporting and auditing in the country. The Prime Minister himself said that Chartered Accountant's signature is more important than that of the Prime Minister. So he proposed what is already there in the Companies Act, that National Financial Reporting Authority. मैं बताऊं आपको तो आप तो इंटरेस्ट दिलचस्पी लेते हैं ये सब बात में मैं आपको एग्जैक्टली बताता हूं ये सुनिए I am quoting from Business Standard, Prime 2017, 26 July. The PM Narendra Modi has been particularly keen on curbing corruption and the black economy, and almost all his speeches have stressed on the big and small changes needed to make India less corrupt. Much attention has been focused on the financial rectitude of businesses in India. The goods and services tax. Now, the Prime Minister mentioned that the demand for NFA is not a new one. The Companies Act of 2013 already provides for such a regulatory body. Yes. And the Prime Minister himself said that your signature is more important than mine.
Where is that statement?
Yes. I'll tell you that statement was made by the Prime Minister while he was inaugurating the GST Council. हाँ 2017 में दोनों हुआ प्राइम मिनिस्टर ये बोला
मैंने आपको कहा सर कि कोट करिए ना कहाँ बोले वो
वही तो ढूंढ रहा हूँ
ठीक है छोड़िए आगे चलिए
अच्छा ये सुनिए ना
Dada, don't get distracted.
Sir, सुनिए very
please go ahead with your
thing. The PM highlighted. However, the institute has been found wanting in acting against its errant members on many occasions, a fact highlighted by Mr. Modi himself. Speaking at the ICAI Foundation Day, he told chartered accountants that their signatures were more powerful than that of the Prime Minister and asked them to introspect and improve their standard. The PM also highlighted the ICAI's embarrassing disciplinary record, wherein only 25 errant auditors have been prosecuted over the past 11 years and 1,400 cases were pending. This was reported by Business Standard 26 July 2000. You need a copy? Sir, मैं उनको copy दूँ क्या?
नहीं, please don't.
सही चलेगा. अब पढ़ो ठीक से. आपके प्रधानमंत्री ये सब बोलते हैं
दादा, you address the chair here.
विरोध करते हैं
You are getting distracted.
I'll slowly, sir.
Please go ahead with your thing.
I'll slowly wind up. Sir. Yes, I'll yield always. You're a Harvard-trained man. I must yield for you.
Jayanji, please. Yeah.
Honorable member has taken my name. Unfortunately, it's in vain. He has alluded to the role of the chairperson of the standing committee. There are many other distinguished members here in Parliament who are also chairpersons. And the honorable member, who's been a member of many of these standing committees, knows full well that any report given by a standing committee is not the report of the chairperson, and his name should therefore not be taken in vain. It is the considered consensus view of all honorable members in that committee, including the honorable member himself. So I would request him to speak about the standing committee, not about an individual. I don't think that would be appropriate.
Yeah, thank you.
That's fine. It was not his personal.
Dada, please, you go ahead with your thing. Don't get distracted
Sir,
and please
that's
go ahead
why.
with your thing.
That's why I say, as Mr. Raja suggested, that we must have a special committee on this report of the standing committee. Because the report of the standing committee has not been followed. The government has been intent in its purpose of increasing the stranglehold of the corporate affairs ministry bureaucracy on the independent profession of chartered accountants. This is not to say that chartered accountants do not help in setting up shell companies. This is not to say that they are, at many times, they are complicit in the acting of the firms, especially shell companies. But this is also to say the choice is not between the baby and the bathwater. You can't throw out the baby with the bathwater. So please, I'll urge the government, please give some leeway, some independence, some autonomy, and improve the disciplinary mechanism by all means. Bring in people from outside to judge the chartered accountant. I do not agree with this theory of domain knowledge, that only chartered accountants can deliberate on the misdeeds of chartered accountants. If there are, non-chartered accountants can also deliberate on them. With that, sir, I'll again recommend to the government to have a fresh look instead of going by the report of the bureaucrats of the Corporate Affairs Ministry. Thank you, sir.
Srimati B. Satyavati.
Thank you, Chairperson, sir.
क्या हुआ? वही लिखा था.
And first of all, I stand here to support the bill from YSR Congress Party under the dynamic leadership of our Honorable CM Garu, Sri Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy Garu. Chairperson, sir, I would like to thank the government for bringing this much-needed amendment. Several audit failures have resulted in a number of cases that seriously affected the economy, including the recent non-banking finance companies NBFC's crisis. The National Financial Reporting Authority NFRA report on the ILFS crisis is testament to the mismanagement. It found several audit failures in crisis-ridden ILFS Transportation Networks Limited, ITNL. Honorable Chairperson, sir, the Amendment Act is necessary and provides for several measures to bring the House in order. Such measures include provisions for speedy, time-bound disposal of cases and strengthening of the disciplinary mechanism, amongst others. The Act also provides for increased roles for the 3 professional organizations, including Institutes of Chartered Accountants of India, the Cost Accountants of India, and the Company Secretaries of India. Chairperson, sir, here I want to bring some positive points about the bill. One is time-bound disposal of cases. The Amendment Act sets out specific time limit for disposal of inquiries by Board of Discipline and Disciplinary Committee. And the second one is disciplinary action against CA firms. Currently, Chairperson, sir, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, ICAI, can only initiate action against its members. However, with the amendment, the ICAI can not only take action against the individuals, but also against firms for lapses and professional misconduct. Thus, Chairperson, sir, the Amendment Act certainly widens the scope of disciplinary action to deal with the inclusion of a member in his individual capacity or as partner or owner of the firm. And the third one, setting up of coordination committee. The amendment also provides for setting up of a coordination committee consisting of the President, Vice President, and the Secretary of the Council of each of the professional organizations, Institutes of Chartered Accountants of India, the Cost Accountants of India, and the Company Secretaries of India. The committee will have an important role in overseeing the development and harmonization of the professions of chartered accountants, cost accountants, and company secretaries. Further, the Act also provides for specific functions for the coordination committee. And the fourth point is, it increases penalty for falsely claiming to be a member of the institute. The penalty for falsely claiming to be a member of the institutes has been increased, which would help in curbing fraudulent cases. Further, the manifold increase in penalty and provision for imprisonment would act as a necessary deterrent against fake professionals. Honorable Chairperson, sir, and there are few suggestions. One is increase of non-CA members in disciplinary committees. The provision that the ICAI shall recommend all names in the disciplinary committee is a good step. However, many people have expressed concern over the reconstitution of the disciplinary benches, whereby it now mandates the appointment of 2 CA and 3 non-CA members as part of the disciplinary committee. Further, one of the non-CA members would act as the presiding officer. Chairperson, sir, CA members with their expertise and domain knowledge should be given preference in disciplinary forums for better and speedy disposal of cases. Thus, it's our humble suggestion to the Minister Ji that the strength of CA members would be increased in the disciplinary forums, and further, a CA member should act as the presiding officer. Before I conclude, Honorable Chairperson, sir, I believe overall that the amendment is a step in the right direction. It will further make the functioning of ICAI more cohesive and would indeed strengthen the corporate governance, audit quality, and reporting of key statutory documents in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nishkant ji.
सर, चेयरमैन सर, जब हम प्रधानमंत्री जी या राष्ट्रपति को कोट करते हैं और ये सीनियर मेंबर स्वागत बाबू जैसे लोग कोट करते हैं, तो मुझे लगता है कि उसमें रेस्ट्रेन उनको होना चाहिए। जो उन्होंने पेपर दिया सर, हाउस को इन्होंने मिसलीड किया। प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो अगला वक्तव्य था सर, वो वक्तव्य यह था कि द पीएम ऑल्सो हाईलाइटेड दैट ICAI इज एम्ब्रेसिंग डिसिप्लिनरी रिकॉर्ड wherein only 25 errant auditors had been prosecuted over the 11 years and 1400 cases were pending. प्रधानमंत्री ऑडिटर को कह रहे हैं कि इंट्रोस्पेक्ट करो, और तुम जो गलती कर रहे हो, तुम जो सजा नहीं दे रहे हो अपने मेंबर्स को, ये गलत कर रहे हो, और इसी के लिए ये किया। तो मुझे लगता है कि स्वागत बाबू को मिसलीड नहीं करना चाहिए, देश को मिसलीड नहीं करना चाहिए। इसीलिए मेरा ये इतना ही सबमिशन था सर।
Have you given special permission to Mr. Nishikant Dubey to change his seat so that he can have to
Shri Rahul Shewale ji.
Thank you, Chairman Sir, for giving me this opportunity for expressing my views on Chartered Accountants, Cost and Work Accountant and Company Secretaries Bill. Chairman Sir, there are several countries where the dual model of accounting institute exists, such as Canada, USA, UK, Bangladesh, Pakistan and Sri Lanka. In none of these countries, confusion has been created by existence of two titles, and both CMAs and CAs coexist in harmony rendering service to the society. Such a good practice of the word can also be certainly practiced in India, and no confusion can be caused by changing name. In line with the same, till the year 2011, when Congress government was there, all was said and done for change of the name of our institute to the Institute of Cost Management and Accountants of India. But unfortunately, at the last moment, the words and management were not incorporated, and the words and works were removed. It is a known fact that this occurred on objection from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India to include the word management, although they have no locus stance on the affairs of our institute. Because of this, there is no level playing field to cost and management accountants in India and also abroad who can establish their firms abroad, but due to recognition issues, they are suffering very badly on this. Chairman Sir, in clause H45, the fifth report of the standing committee on page 28 and 29 clearly states the change of nomenclature of cost and works accountants to cost and management accounts In the Standing Committee report, it was stated as the Ministry of Corporate Affairs may consider suitable change to the nomenclature of the institute as per international practice and benchmark. It is observed that the ministry is ignoring the demand of cost accountants for more than 3 decades, and despite of this Standing Committee on Finance recommending, the earlier Standing Committee also recommending the same. Sir, I urge the Finance Minister to consider my humble request. Chairman, sir, when any act is drafted, it is expected that no disputes will occur in the same. It is bound to have some disputes, and hence, precisely, dispute resolution mechanism are created. In clause number 21, 56, and 89, in the Act prevents complainants from withdrawing complaint. In any of the acts, such a prohibition of withdrawals is not found elsewhere. This will unnecessarily increase the burden on the judiciary and the disciplinary mechanism of this institute. Sir, wastage of time and money will also be there, and other genuine cases will suffer because of this. Such provision preventing complainant from withdrawing complaint must be removed, and one should be allowed to withdraw the same without any hassles. It is the fundamental rights of any individual to withdraw the case filed by him or her in case of he or she thinks that the purpose of filing case is fulfilled. Chairman, sir, as per suggestion F on page 26 of 25th reporting of a Standing Committee, suggestive of establishing Institute of Accounting, IIMs and IITs, when government will consider the IIM, yes. When government will consider the proposal, and what is the timeline government has in its mind to decide on this. My 4 point is the Quality Review Board, as mentioned in clause 32, 67 and 100 states, for a Quality Review Board to file disciplinary complaints, which is not correct. Review Board is meant for giving suggestion and improve quality of audits and auditors and their firms. If they start filing complaints, then their orientation of works will change and drastically, and also QRB will not be welcomed by auditors, their firms. This will create disharmony and distrust between QRB and others. Sir, I requested to the Finance Minister to kindly consider the dropping clause, the 32, 67 and 100 from the above bill. My 5th point is in clause 22, 23, 57, 58, 90 and 91 stipulated timeless for inquiry by the disciplinary committee and the disciplinary board. We have seen failure of insolvency and bank corruption law for following timelines given by the courts. Here again, we are pushing these disciplinary authorities to give the judgment in specific days, which is not at all correct. The timelines which has been given does not have any study taken up by the ministry, and these timelines are bound to fail. Hence, it is proposed to remove the timelines given in these clauses, or if government is adamant that at least these timelines must be increased by minimum 60 days in clause 22, 23, 57, 58, 90 and 91. Chairman, sir, my last point is in the same clause 22, 23, 57, 58, 58, 90 and 91. There are procedures which are mentioned to be followed by the Director, the Discipline, Board of Discipline and Disciplinary Committee. It is suggested to drop these clause from the main act, and ministry can bring rules regarding disciplinary procedure. Currently also there are separate rules for disciplinary proceeding, which offers flexibility to ministry and government for this easy modification if needed. Hence, it is proposed to drop clause 22, 23, 57, 58, 90 and 91. Also, these provisions lack natural justice to the complainant and respondent by not providing them any opportunity to file rejoinder. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Shri Kaushledra Kumar ji.
सभापति महोदय, आपने मुझे चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट, लागत एवं संकर्म, लेखापाल और कंपनी सचिव संशोधन विधेयक 2021 पर बोलने का मौका दे, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। संस्थाओं में अनुशासनात्मक तंत्र को मजबूत बनाने एवं मामले को त्वरित निपटाने सुनिश्चित करने का भी प्रावधान किया गया है। सभापति महोदय, विधेयक के उद्देश्यों एवं कारणों के अनुसार इसके माध्यम से चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स अधिनियम 1949, लागत एवं संकर्म लेखापाल अधिनियम 1959 तथा कंपनी सचिव अधिनियम 1980 में संशोधन का प्रस्ताव है। यह बिल काफी महत्वपूर्ण है क्योंकि यह आर्थिक गतिविधियों एवं कंपनियों के संचालन को नियंत्रित करती है। अतः संस्थान में अनुशासनात्मक तंत्र मजबूत हो और संस्थानों को गति मिले, यह जरूरी था। इससे सभी कार्यों के लिए एक सीमा निर्धारित किया जा रहा है। संस्थानों में प्रशासनिक और अनुशासनिक शाखाओं के बीच कोई हित का टकराव न हो, ऐसी व्यवस्था की गई है। वैसे यह तीनों संस्थान चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट, लागत और संकर्म लेखापाल, कंपनी सचिव एक स्वायत्त संस्थान है। इसकी पूर्ण स्वायत्तता बनी रहे। मैं सरकार से यही आग्रह करना चाहता हूं कि स्वायत्तता संस्थान की स्वायत्तता में सरकारी दखल से संस्थान की कार्य क्षमता पर प्रभाव पड़ता है, वह नहीं होना चाहिए। इन तीनों संस्थानों की कार्यकलापों को रेगुलर समीक्षा होनी चाहिए और सुधार के उपाय होनी चाहिए। इन तीनों संस्थान में मुख्यतः चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट का महत्वपूर्ण रोल है। करप्शन को रोकना यह अहम भूमिका रहती है। यही अकाउंटेंट करते हैं, उसका रिपोर्ट तैयार करते हैं। अतः इन सभी तीनों संस्थानों की स्वायत्तता बरकरार रहे, यह मेरा पुनः आग्रह है और मैं इस बिल का समर्थन करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू। श्री बी महताब जी।
Thank you, Chairman, sir. It's my privilege that when I'm speaking, you are in the chair.
Thank you.
And the Minister, Finance, Corporate Affairs had introduced this bill, and today we have our friend here also piloting this bill. There are some specific issues which needs to be cleared or clarified. The statutory monopoly that was provided to certain organizations or institutions earlier is now being changed. It's a good thing or it's a bad thing or it is just a normal thing in the present circumstances, that is something which future will tell. But there is a conscious decision that statutory monopoly of certain organizations are now being changed, and government intervention has become a necessity at some quarter. That is why these changes are occurring. Why you are doing it? That is a question which we have to corroborate, whether in other parts of the world these things are happening or not. And I think my friend from Sivasena mentioned about certain countries where these changes have already occurred, especially the developed countries where these changes have already occurred. Coming to the bill that is before us today, I would say there are 4 or 5 points in the background which we should always understand. Over the years, the government has taken various measures to curb possible corporate misdoings. Some have also mentioned the names of those corporate bodies. In recent years, the role of some chartered accountants has also come under regulatory scanner. The move to reform the disciplinary mechanism of professionals is part of effort to improve corporate governance and the quality of preparation of reporting of key statutory documents. Chartered accountants play a key role in the preparation and audit of financial statements, while company secretaries play a role in meeting statutory compliances. Cost auditors are vital in sectors where use of resources and energy needs close monitoring and have a bearing on the business competitiveness. Auditors, accountants, and company secretaries are considered as the first gatekeepers of corporate governance. on which the legal framework lays trust. The government is keen, I believe, to address the gaps in the self-regulation of professionals by the three institutes. Sir, you have very correctly put forth and very succinctly also have put forth. There are certain things which needs to be appreciated. There are certain apprehensions which are also there. And there is a need to make certain corrections, if I remember your speech correctly.
You said acquisition.
I said corrections. That's why I said corrections. Sir, the bill, the key features, I need not go into the details of the key features, but most of it, but I think the first and foremost key feature is the bill proposes a time limit on resolving the cases under investigation. There are a number of other issues, and I need not go into those, but while analyzing the bill, the new provision has been introduced to prohibit a chartered accountant firm from practicing up to 2 years, or to cancel its registration for any period, or to impose a penalty maximum up to 50 lakhs of rupees, where a partner or owner has been repeatedly found guilty of misconduct within a period of 5 years. These changes are very harsh. Removal from membership even for 1 day destroys the life of a chartered accountant professional because of the break in membership, which plays a crucial role in getting future assignments. While stronger penalties and punishment will act as a deterrent, it may also dissuade chartered accountant professionals from joining together to form bigger audit firms that can match the scale and size of the firms affiliated to international firms like PricewaterhouseCoopers, Deloitte, KPMG, and the EY. Majority of non-CA members in the committee can pose challenges to litigants when the subject matter in litigation would mostly be analyzed with reference to the domain knowledge of chartered accountants, and in the process reduce the new composition as a bureaucratic hegemony. The amendment makes it impossible for audit firms to escape accountability for misdeeds by any of its partners, even after removing the guilty partners from the firm. Such a legal provision is from an unfortunate and unkind assumption that all other partners in an audit firm are in complicit with the one who is accused of professional misconduct. Sir, the Standing Committee in its report had made some good suggestions. I need not go into all those details, but I have 2 points to make here. The qualification and licensing of accountants, which my friend had just now mentioned, in United States, in United Kingdom and Canada, is done by multiple bodies. In India, ICAI has statutory monopoly power over the whole profession. Thus, the scope for improving the quality and competency of the profession remains limited. I believe multiple bodies on the lines of advanced countries are needed to promote healthy competition and improve the credibility of financial reporting. Setting up academic institutes, as has been suggested by the Finance Standing Committee, for accounting for further development of accounting and finance profession is praiseworthy. Standing Committee also has suggested that the role of head of council and the executive head may be separated, as proposed in the bill, to bring about greater efficiency in decision-making and functioning of the council. So here, I like to mention relating to disciplinary mechanism. I need not quote the clauses, but there are 7 clauses relating to this disciplinary mechanism. Clause 22, 23, 57, 58, 90, and 91, about which it was said. But here I would like to draw the attention of the government through this House. In the statement of objects and reasons of the bill, states that it seeks to address the conflict of interest between the administrative and disciplinary arm of the institutes. To achieve this, the bill proposes to change the composition of the two disciplinary entities to allow for more external representation. However, these external members will be selected from a panel of persons prepared by three councils. Thus, while the bill reduces the role of three professional institutes with respect to representation of the Board of Disciplines and the Disciplinary Committee, it continues to rely on the councils for nominating the external members. Note this, that under the current framework, the external members on the Disciplinary Committee of the three professions are nominated by the central government independently. Under the CA Act, the central government independently nominates one member on the Board of Discipline. It is unclear. That's why when my friend Subhasji mentioned that we have actually brought in more independence into the thing, here the confusion arises. It is unclear how the conflict of interest between the disciplinary and administrative functions will be addressed if the Council continues to be involved in recommending who could be on such disciplinary entities. The confusion still continues. The statement of objects and reasons of the bill states that it seeks to achieve speedy disposal of cases against members of institutes by strengthening the disciplinary mechanism and providing for time-bound disposal of cases. The bill empowers the three councils to constitute multiple boards of discipline and discipline committee. However, the bill allows the central government to nominate the same person as presiding officer or as members across different boards of discipline and disciplinary committee. This may be incompatible with the objective of speedy disposal of cases against members. Appointing the same set of people on multiple boards of discipline and disciplinary committee may prevent these entities from hearing cases of misconduct simultaneously, thereby leading to delay in disposal of cases. Coming to clause 9 of the bill, I would say the bill provides for setting up a coordination committee chaired by the secretary, about which Professor Sogat Rai very vehemently stated his point of view. Secretary of Ministry of Corporate Affairs will be chairing that committee, coordination committee. The to coordinate functions of the three institutes and align cross-disciplinary regulatory mechanisms for interprofessional development. The functions proposed for coordination committee will ensure quality improvement in academics, research, and all related works of the institutes. It will also focus on coordination and collaboration among the professions. These activities are currently undertaken by the respective councils of institutes, council and institutes. As the three institutes also have committees for coordinating among themselves, it is unclear as to why there is a need to set up another coordination council as proposed in this bill.
No need.
The proposed coordination committee will be chaired by the Secretary of Ministry of Corporate Affairs. This provision may impinge on the independence of the three institutes. Coming to clause 11, 16, 47, 51, 80 and 84. I have a limited point here, sir. The bill seems to be turning the position of the president in the three councils into a non-executive post. The secretary of the respective councils are being designated as chief executive officers. However, the bill holds the respective presidents responsible for implementing the decision of the council. It is unclear how the president will ensure that the decisions taken by the council are implemented. At the same time, the secretary is proposed to carry out the administrative functions of the institute as a chief executive officer. So you make the chief executive officer accountable. Why you are making the president accountable? I fail to understand. That is very much there in the bill. The bill seems to be separating the responsibility for governance and execution by prescribing separate roles for the President and the Secretary of the Council, but holding the President responsible for implementing decisions, which is an executive role, may be against the framework of separation of powers as proposed in the bill. And the last point that I would like, last clause on which I would like to is relating to the disclosing details of cases being investigated may harm reputations. And this is relating to clause 18, 20, 53, 55, 86, and 88. The bill provides for disclosure of pending complaint or actionable information against members of the institute and firms registered with them. For the three professions, the Board of Discipline of or the disciplinary committee decide whether a member is guilty of an alleged misconduct. Publishing details of members of firms found guilty or imposition of any penalty may be useful information for prospective and current clients. However, recording details of actionable information or pending complaint in the register of members and register of firms before they are found guilty will definitely harm, adversely impact their reputation. Regulators of other professions, such as doctors, publish details only of those blacklisted or suspended from practice. According to the National Medical Commission Act 2019, the Ethics and Medical Registration Board and State Medical Council are required to maintain, just 2 minutes, sir, the National Register and State Register respectively. These registers contain details such as the name, address, and all recognized qualifications of licensed medical practitioners, while the Indian Medical Register contains details of doctors who have been blacklisted along with dates of suspension and revocation of suspension if applicable. It does not contain details of complaints against the doctors. Sir, before I conclude, I must say it is important to facilitate a business-friendly environment for corporates as well as professionals in India. It is therefore vital that Indian laws and regulations on professional service keep pace with changing market dynamics. Opening up professional services to competition is necessary, and therefore audit firms should be allowed to advertise with some restrictions. Further, in a global economy, use of international brand names for audit firms must be allowed. We had deliberated in our last Lok Sabha, 16th Lok Sabha, on this subject. Laws must be rationalized to promote multidisciplinary practices to allow firms to offer a bouquet of high-quality professional service at par with international standards. The Advocate Act 1961 needs to be rationalized also. I think you will support me in this aspect.
Mehtaji, you are making valid points, but let it be brief.
Just last 30 seconds. To facilitate development of Indian law firms as well as Indian audit firms into MDPs. Adopting these three measures, that is advertising, branding, and multidisciplinary practices, will not only enhance the standard of services offered to corporates, but also facilitate the audit firms to expand in size, in operation, enabling them to compete internationally. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Srimati Supriya Sule.
Sir, I stand here to speak on the Chartered Accountants, Cost Works and Accountants and Company Secretaries Amendment Bill 2021. Sir, as I was growing up in school and college, these were professions we always looked up to. And somebody said, my son is a chartered accountant, the first thing is we are complimentary. Oh my God, what a competitive child, must be very bright. And like my friend, glorious profession, you're right. Like my friend Sumati just said while hearing the debate, she said this is a meritorious batch because IIT, IIMs, my friend Jayant Sinha, who also happens to be, who had got admission, IIT, IIM both, and being a chartered accountant are very good professions. So I appreciate the government's effort to bring and discuss this and bring in transparency. I think in this new world, years of technology, professionalism, I think globally this is something we need to do, which is a good thing. But I really don't understand, like my colleague Sagwata Babu also talked about it, Mehtab ji, Raja ji, everybody talked about it. Just what is really the need? There are these 3 verticals already doing a good work. If there is their own way of handling their issues, what is the need of bringing this, all of them under one umbrella? Is there a specific reason or an intention? Which methodology is going to make sure there are no mistakes? It's a welcome step. But what is the solution to this? Because in your statement and objects, this is what they have said, that this is to provide for autonomy of the council of the respective institutes. Now, I'm quite amused. Either the Treasury benches are confused. I can't understand. But I will come to that because Bedia ji made a very nice speech. I compliment him, but it's slightly different from what the government is trying to communicate and what he said. He said that this will help simplify and reduce governments interfering and bring in more autonomy. How does this bring in more autonomy? It's actually the other way around. I mean, like Rajaji rightly said, that what is really the agenda? There is a hidden agenda, and I think I'd like to second what he said, that why are you taking the autonomy away of this institute by bringing in government? And one very good point he made, he was very happy to share with us that there is no money is given by to run any of these institutes by the government. So if government, so that means these are privately run professional institutes for the last 70 years in this country. So what is the need to say that we need to audit, our people need to go in? This defeats logic. For something which is independent, which does not take a penny. I am not saying this. The chartered accountant himself, who is speaking on behalf of the treasury benches, is saying कि सरकार से पैसा नहीं लेते. So why are you auditing then? Why are you interfering in institutes and playing in an area which doesn't belong to you? I mean, this is then no more a democracy, right? I don't want to use harsher words, but this is where exactly we are heading. So this is a very serious concern for me. Then he raised something about investors' protection. I second that. Every investor should be protected, sir. I'd like to bring to notice what Sagwata Babu said. He talked about Satyam. I still remember growing up, sir, the American crisis, the Goldman Sachs dream. Every child all over the world wanted a job in Goldman Sachs. What happened? You know what happened. Then there was AAAAA, then DHL, ILFS, like Dr. Satyavati said. Everybody said, which is very interesting, and it's exactly what Modi ji, the Honorable Prime Minister, said, that he said there are the 4 big boys who are the auditing teams. Now, what is interesting about the 4 big boys, which I've spoken earlier in one of my speeches, is they will only audit, they will give you a AAA rating, they company, and when it goes down, they will only say it's a bad debt. So how does this work? So अच्छा है बोलने वाला भी वही है, गलती निकालने वाला भी वही है, and then the bank, when it comes out, then, I mean, who takes accountability of this? And Honorable Modi ji said the same thing. He said there were 4 big boys playing here in this game. There in India needs, by 2002, at least 2022, big 8. Now, have the big 8 come or not? I really don't know. Because a lot of jingoism happens in this government, so I don't know. But really, where are we headed in this whole thing? And already there are multiple bodies and regulators. Do we really need another regulator, or are these not strong enough? What existing regulation is there is my question to ask to this honorable government. Second thing, they've talked about balance sheets and issues, lot of things about 3-year audit, 5-year audit, 2-year audit. My question to you, sir, is if you are an auditor for 3 years of a company, somebody comes in according to this new rule and he's a whistleblower. What protection will you give the whistleblower? There is still a grey area in it. So will whistleblowers be protected? Now, this is something I don't have proof to, but this is what I've heard and I'd like to put it on, and I'm happy to take it back if it is wrong. Let me put that on the table. That I was informed, and it has come in some media papers also, but I don't have confirmed because normally I like to table what I say. I like to authenticate what I say. When demonetization happened, there was a chartered accountant firm which the RBI had chosen to make sure to find out how much money was collected, how many notes were collected, and the government's report was 99.5 or something like that, 99.9%. But there was a grey area where there was some transaction that we've done with our currency with neighboring countries like Nepal. Now that money was, so it was actually above 100%. Now that auditing firm, which is trying to be honest, trying to be very transparent, the following year was asked to leave, and the RBI is not using that firm. So does that mean that when I'm a whistleblower, I'm being honest, when it doesn't suit the government, you will remove them? Then conveniently you will use the statutory body for what? Then if you're really cleaning up the system, then why did you remove that agency? Can this government tell me that? So why, when you talk about transparency, you have to walk the talk, not just make legislation and do all this jingoism. They were talking yesterday, I was actually deeply pained because I'm very proud of our finance minister. I'm proud she's a woman, she leads. For the last 2.5 weeks that we've been in session, mostly finance has been the department we've discussed. So I'm very proud of her, but I do see sometimes that she's getting a little unhappy nowadays, especially with all of us. And yesterday, sir, during the question hour, there was a question about non-performing assets. This is all connected to it, that's why I brought it up. That auditors are questioned that, oh, because of you, आपने गलती करी, फिर ये non-performing asset हो गया, फिर पता नहीं क्या हो गया, बैंक ने हो रहा, ये सब UPA की है. Okay, I'll bear the brunt. हमसे गलती होगी, हम मानते हैं, sir, we were together in UPA. So, okay, we may have done something wrong, and people sent us home for that. They did not put us back in. So I accept that. But if you are saying that all the NPA is our fault, I just want to ask two questions to this government, and I have many examples which I can do. You have said that you got in a law of IBC. Now, in IBC, what are the kind of haircuts you're going? NPA is a bad thing, but haircut is a good thing. What is this logic, sir? I'll give you two examples, sir. And there are many like this. I'm just putting two quickly in forward issue. There's a company called Coastal Project. Now, this is very interesting, sir. This company was 8,000 crores. NCLT, it came to 1,500, from 8,000 to 1,500, NCLT. Now, what is the rule of NCLT? That if 66% people are willing, you can go for that price. If even one banker says no, it is rejected. Now, after this, it went into liquidation, which is the next step. This company, which was at NCLT going for 1,500 crores, went for 400 crores. किसका नुकसान हुआ? 900 करोड़ का भारत सरकार का, इस गरीब आदमी का. IVRCL, sir, another one, bigger company, 12,000 crores. What is the NCLT? 2,500 is the cost. You could have sold it for NCLT. Government said no. No NCLT. How much did they sell it for? 800 crores. 2,500. Just in these two companies, more than 2,000 crores Government of India has lost, which is... Sir, this is not only two companies. Saugata Babu, Jet Airways, the total, if you did, and this is all in the newspaper. I am not some rocket science. I am not an expert on finance. I am just going by what I am reading in newspapers, sir. 2 lakh crores is what they claim is lost. 2 किती असतात माहितीये का तुम्हाला अरविंदजी? आपल्याला काय माहिती मराठी माणसाला? 2 lakh crores is what this government has lost because they are confused कि NCLT करेंगे तो आरोप हो जाएगा तो liquidation में जाने दो. How? So are you purposely doing it for some cronies? I have no idea. But where is purposely? I don't know who's doing it. But can they answer this question when they attack us on NPA? With full humility, we are doing this. But can you tell me, and all these rules that they are talking about, 2013, we had made a lot of bills. You were a part of that cabinet. You know, but they didn't make the rules. So things were delayed, and then it's very easy to blame us that, oh, these people have done all these bad work, and they are the ones responsible for it. It doesn't work like that, sir. And talking about autonomy, what worries me about them is every professional institute, this government wants to throttle the voice. How is it going to work? Look at this. This is very interesting. In this objects and reasons they've written, what are the objects of this? Enhance accountability and transparency by providing an audit of accounts of institute firm by chartered accounts appointed annually by a council of panels of auditors by the CAG of India and provide autonomy. What sense does this make? I mean, it almost feels like a joke because this is legislative mockery, sir. I mean, it's absolutely legislative mockery. Because all these confusion signals that they are giving us, there is one committee, another committee, somebody from the government coming, corporate affairs. What are you doing? And then my friend Shiv Kumar Udasi was talking yesterday of ease of doing business. Shiv Kumar Udasi, all this is not going to help doing ease of business, sir. This is only going to make a problem.
Beginning and ending is totally contradictory.
Mohammed Bashir.
Sir, ease of doing business, what was the ranking when VP was there? For 10 years, क्या ranking था? अभी क्या ranking है? उसके बारे में बोलना सकते?
Just want to bring to his notice, World Bank has stopped. The World Bank has stopped.
Nothing will go on record except Supriya Sule, please.
The World Bank, on his official note, has said that ease of doing business is something that they have stopped looking at. So I urge the Treasury benches that do not repeat to that. So
You carry on.
ease of doing business. So my request, even Bedia ji said Investors Protection Act. They want to invest. I did not want to talk about this topic on this. You want to? I'm happy to yield. You want to say something?
No.
1 minute, 1 minute. He wants to say something.
Sir, ease of doing business, the World Bank has given a report. And she was talking about some World Bank report, which was a deep fake news. So she can go and talk about it, which is a fake news को इधर कोट करना है. आप सबको पता है सोशल मीडिया में क्या क्या हो रहा है. हाँ, सौगत बाबू फेक न्यूज को
Your time will come.
सर
Your party people is going to repel it.
फेक न्यूज को कोट करना it is your
Honorable member, if you are able to prove it is a fake news, your time will come. Your members are going to speak. That time it can be repelled.
No. Sir, Speaker,
please carry on. Please carry on. Please conclude.
Sir, I only want to say.
Nothing will go on record. Supriya, please. Supriya, please carry on.
Sir, I'm so worried about these. I'm so
Don't
worried
invite-
about the news item.
don't invite troubles.
Yesterday, there was
Finish
an
first,
item which was tweeted by somebody, which was All India Radio, which says that over 1.5 lakh investment has left India is what was. Now, I'm not saying this. This was yesterday in the media. It was an All India tweet, which was 2 hours later deleted. Now, I don't know. Now, then they are saying fake news. So what do we believe now? Is All India Radio? Then what is their department doing? Then should there not be a complaint?
Come to the point quickly, please.
So my only request to this government is that I appreciate they're doing. This is legislative mockery being done here. And when they're talking that they want investors protection, how are they protecting their investors? I don't want to go into that topic of crypto, but just today in my state, in Pune district, sir, in Pune today, there was a case cost. So when this government says they want to protect the middle income things, Investors Protection Act, what are they doing for that? Nothing. They only want to make sure, and how have they protected? I've given you examples. Look, after the NPS in the liquidation, who have they protected? Had they done this NCLT business, these people would have got 2 rupees to milta. Abhi to kuch nahi milne wala. They are only giving them a lollipop, which they will not even afford that much, sir. So I request this government to make sure not to make a mockery, like all the earlier speakers have said, send it to a select committee. It can be discussed, but today's chartered accountants do not need this kind of interference. No organization needs interference. Tomorrow sports mein karenge. So what will happen then?
Okay.
See, so then how? Then what will happen, sir? If every professional organization in this country which is run efficiently should be left alone, let's have faith in Indians. All Indians are not corrupt and all Indians are not crooks. So let the professionals do their job and let the government do its job. Thank you, sir.
Shri Mohammed Bashir.
Sir, so thank you very much, sir. Worldwide, this kind of legislations are taking place. As far as India is concerned, here also it is inevitable. Government says that this amendment is for to meet the changes taking place in the economic and corporate environment, and this country is also, this kind of a legislation is very much required. It is also stated that amendment of this act are based on the recommendation of the high-level committee constituted by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Now, sir, while reacting on this, I am with a mixed feeling. Now, the intention of the government may be good, their intention and their desire is what? One, strengthening this disciplinary mechanism, speedy disposal of the cases, that too within a time frame, provide for a separate chapter on registration of the firms, enhance accountability and transparency, provide autonomy to institution for fee fixing kind of things. Sir, prima facie, this may look nice, but while going through the cross of the bill, you will feel lack of confidence and serious doubt whether this bill can achieve the real goals as envisaged in the aims and objectives. Now, sir, let us come to the point. My doubt is that the interest of the corporates is taken more consideration in this. Number two is, sir, government is taking a kind of extra interest on tightening the grip on autonomous bodies. Sir, this will provide for constituting board on discipline, and that composition also is stated in this. If you look to this, we feel that the government nominee gets excessive power in the legislation. Even though the bill says that this is to address conflict of interest between the administrative and disciplinary arm of the institute, I have my own doubt whether this bill will have a negative impact other than visualized in your this game. The bill, you are saying that it's about autonomy, but in fact, this may help to abridge the autonomy. True that I'm not in favor of unlimited autonomy. Autonomy should be coupled with accountability. There I agree with the content of the bill. Sir, here multiple boards are suggested. And with regard to presiding officers, that also said in detail in this. But in that, what we can see is the bill amends the act to provide that the presiding officer must not be a member of institute and shall be nominated by the central government. There everybody differs, sir. There is no justice in it. Because if you give an upper hand to a government nominee than the subject expert, it is something to be objected, sir. If the government nominee is replaced by technical member's place, if you put a nominee, that will have, sir, adverse effect. Sir, government nominee are not full-time sitting member there. So his service also may be very much limited. And administrative and professional knowledge, it will have to be considered, sir. It must have a due consideration. Instead of bureaucrats controlling the entire thing, these technical persons and their skill will have to be respected more in that, sir. Not only this, sir, another handicap is with this. This kind of action may demoralize our technicians, our experts in various bodies, sir. Then, sir, in this legislation, a coordination committee is suggested. Many of my former learned speakers were saying about that. This regulatory body, actually I don't understand what kind of coordination they are making. When I have gone to the bill, there also, I don't find much logic in making this kind of things. My objection is not that, sir. The chairman of this coordination body is the Secretary of Corporate Affairs. Sir, it's not fair. Because how can he coordinate the entire thing? Not only that, this independent body on the top of it, you are putting the Secretary of Corporate Affairs. There is an inconsistency there. It is not progressive. At the same time, it is an action of regressive. I wish to point out that also, sir. So I don't want to take much of the time. What I would like to say is, see, professional kind of institutions. Now what is happening? A general kind of engrossment is taking place there. Independency of this kind of thing, autonomous nature of such institution will have to be honored, sir. In between that, if you put government officers in between that, the very spirit of the autonomy will be forfeited. That is my apprehension. I would like to share that also, sir. Similarly, sir, one thing more I would like to say and then conclude. Now, this brief discussion is okay. The 100 persons, they have made their observations. But at the same time, it must have discussion, threadbare discussion at a wider circle. So, sir, I humbly suggest that this may be referred for a select committee. Sir, with a few observations, I conclude. Thank you very much.
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय. The chartered accountant, the cost and work accountant and company secretaries amendment bill 2021 पे बोलने का मुझे मौका दिया. महोदय, ये विधेयक अनुशासन समिति के प्रमुख के रूप में गैर सीए के लिए प्रावधान करके चार्टर्ड अकाउंट पेशेवरों को शक्तियों को कम करता है. अनुशासनात्मक कार्रवाई के मामले में केवल उचित विशेषज्ञता और अनुभव वाले सीए को निर्णय लेने की अनुमति दी जानी चाहिए, लेकिन ये विधेयक उस प्रावधान को समाप्त कर रहा है. नए विधेयक में अदर मिसकंडक्ट की विशिष्ट परिभाषा प्रदान नहीं की गई है, जिसके परिणाम स्वरूप इस अस्पष्ट और खुले शब्दों का दुरुपयोग ICAI, इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ चार्टर्ड अकाउंट ऑफ इंडिया द्वारा सोशल मीडिया पोस्ट और अनावश्यक सेंसरशिप में कटौती करने के लिए किया जा सकता है. विधेयक में सीए लागत लेखाकारों और कंपनी सचिवों के लिए 3 संस्थाओं के बीच कार्य को समन्वित करने के लिए एक समन्वय समिति का गठन किया गया है. तथापि ICAI द्वारा इस बात पर चिंता व्यक्त की गई है कि ऐसी समिति संस्थाओं को स्वायत्तता और निर्णय लेने में अनावश्यक घुसपैठ का कारण बनेगी. पीएम मोदी जी ने कहा था कि बैंक करप्सी कोड और दिवाला समाधान प्रक्रिया जैसे कानून बनाने में सीए की बड़ी भूमिका है. फिर भी इस मामले की सच्चाई यह है कि इंसॉल्वेंसी एंड बैंकरप्सी कोड, जिसे एक बड़े सुधार के रूप में भी पारित किया गया था, पूरी तरह से विफल हो गया है. अब तक अधिनियम तहत CIRP कारपोरेट दिवाला समाधान प्रक्रिया के लिए संदर्भित 3312 मामलों में से केवल 190 को समाधान द्वारा बंद किया जा सका है. इसे पता चलता है कि मोदी जी की सुधार केवल कागजों पर है, जमीन पर नहीं है. मोदी जी डिजिटल इंडिया की बात करते हैं, लेकिन यह सच है कि नए आयकर पोर्टल ने तकनीकी गड़बड़ियों के कारण सीए और करदाता दोनों के भारी समस्याओं पैदा कर दी, जो महीनों से तय नहीं थी. फिर सुधारों और नए पोर्टल का भी मतलब नहीं है यदि वे जमीन पर काम करने में विफल रहते हैं. इस प्रकार मौजूदा कानूनों में सुधार की ज्यादा जरूरत है. मुझे लगता है कि मोदी जी की सरकार को मौजूदा कानूनों को बेहतर कार्यान्वयन सुनिश्चित करने पर अधिक ध्यान केंद्रित करना चाहिए. धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय.
श्री गोपाल शेट्टी.
Cost and Works Accounts and the Company Secretary Amendment Bill 2021 का समर्थन करने के लिए मैं खड़ा हूं. मेरे पूर्व वक्ता, मेरे सहयोगी सुभाष बेहरा जी ने जो बिल और अमेंडमेंट के मेरिट्स के बारे में जो बातें कही है, उसका मैं पूरा समर्थन करता हूं. और बेहरिया जी ने जो इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ चार्टर्ड अकाउंट्स, जो अकाउंटेंट की जो संस्था है, उनके बारे में कहा कि उन्होंने अच्छा काम किया है. तो मैं भी इस मत से हूं कि इन्होंने इतने लंबे समय तक अच्छा काम किया है. हमारी बहन महाराष्ट्र की सुप्रिया सुले जी ने कहा तो अच्छा किया, तो ये आप क्यों रहे हो? जो अच्छा हो रहा है उसमें और अच्छा करने का हमेशा स्कोप होता है, गुंजाइश होता है. और देश के प्रधानमंत्री सम्मान्य नरेंद्र मोदी जी हमेशा और अच्छा हम कैसा कर सकते हैं उसके बारे में बातें करते रहते हैं, और वो स्वयं भी करने का प्रयास करते हैं, जिसका फल हम सब लोग 2014 के बाद में देख रहे हैं. देश कितना तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है, देश प्रगति कर रहा है, देश के लोगों का सरकार पर विश्वास बढ़ रहा है. और ये जो विश्वास बढ़ रहा है, इसको और बढ़ाने का प्रयास इस बिल के माध्यम से वो कर रहे। सभापति महोदय जी, जो बिल के केंद्र मुख्य बिंदु के बारे में अगर हम बात करेंगे तो पेंडेंसी ऑफ केसेस जो डिस्पोज नहीं होते हैं उसके लिए अमेंडमेंट लाया गया है। अब ये जो 3-2 का रेशियो था, 3 चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट के मेंबर और 2 गवर्नमेंट के मेंबर जो होते थे, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि पहले से ही ये गलती हुई है कि पहले से एट पार 3-3 का होना चाहिए था, जो नहीं हुआ। लेकिन जो नहीं हुआ तो उसको अभी करके और अच्छा करके आगे बढ़ना ये बुद्धिमान लोगों का काम है, और इस बिल के माध्यम से वो सरकार प्रयास कर रही है, तो मैं मानता हूं कि हम सब लोगों ने उसका समर्थन करना चाहिए। बार बार ऑटोनॉमी की बात आती है। सभापति महोदय जी, मैं 30 साल से इलेक्टेड रिप्रेजेंटेटिव सिस्टम में काम कर रहा हूं, और ऑटोनॉमी के बारे में कॉर्पोरेशन में हो या तो विधानसभा में हो या तो पार्लियामेंट में ऑटोनॉमी की बातें होती है। मैं हमेशा इस बात से सहमत हूं कि ऑटोनॉमी को भी एक चौकट, एक स्क्वायर बॉक्स से रहकर ही उसको काम करना है। ऑटोनॉमी यानी किसी भी व्यक्ति को ऐसा कोई सुपर पावर नहीं है कि वो कुछ भी कर सकता है। ऑटोनॉमी का मतलब ही ये होता है कि जो रूल्स, जो नीति नियम बनाकर उनको काम करने के लिए दिया गया है, उसमें कोई गवर्नमेंट के लोग इंटरफेयर नहीं कर सकते, उतना ही उसका पावर है। ऑटोनॉमी का मतलब ही उतना होता है। ऑटोनॉमी ये नहीं कि वो कुछ भी करेगा तो चलेगा, और कोई ऑटोनॉमी लिया नहीं गया है। मैं तो मानता हूं कि ऑटोनॉमी को और मजबूत बनाने का प्रयास हो रहा है, ऑटोनॉमी को और स्वच्छ बनाने का प्रयास हो रहा है। तो इसके लिए इस बिल के माध्यम से हम सब लोगों ने इसको समर्थन करना चाहिए, ऐसा मैं मानता हूं। कोऑर्डिनेशन कमेटी है, अमेंडमेंट जो आया कोऑर्डिनेशन कमेटी में है, डोमिनेशन कमेटी नहीं है। व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ कोऑर्डिनेशन? मिलजुल कर काम करना है। कोऑपरेटिव फेडरलिज्म की बात हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री कर रहे हैं, और अच्छा काम चल रहा है सेंटर और स्टेट के सहयोग से। तो कोऑर्डिनेशन जितना ज्यादा हो, जितना अच्छा हो, वो एक हेल्थी डेमोक्रेसी के लिए बहुत अच्छी बात है। इसमें प्रॉब्लम क्या है? इसलिए मैं मानता हूं कि ये भी जो बदलाव आया है, इसका हम सब लोगों ने समर्थन करना चाहिए। सभापति महोदय जी, मैं एक बात मेरे समझ में आता नहीं है। पहले हमारे देश में इंडस्ट्रियल सेक्टर इतना बड़े पैमाने पर नहीं था। 1991 के WTO एग्रीमेंट के बाद में देश जिस रफ्तार से आगे बढ़ रहा है, उस रफ्तार से सीए जितने बच्चे पास होकर आने चाहिए उतने नहीं आते, ये मेरा मानना है। क्योंकि यहां पर भी कोई मोनोपोली क्रिएट करने का प्रयास होता है क्या, इसके बारे में भी हम सब लोगों ने सोचने की आवश्यकता है। सरकार किसी की भी हो, ए की सरकार हो या बी की सरकार हो, सरकार चलाने के लिए टैक्स के माध्यम से आया हुआ पैसे से सरकार हम चला सकते हैं। इसलिए सरकार अच्छे ढंग से चलाकर बेहतर सुविधा देश के लोगों को देने के लिए टैक्स ज्यादा कैसे आए, उसके लिए हम सब लोगों ने मिलकर प्रयास करना चाहिए। देश के प्रधानमंत्री का एक क्लिप हम सब लोगों ने देखा है, गए साल का उन्होंने कोट किया कि 3 करोड़ से भी ज्यादा लोग फॉरेन घूमने के लिए गए। कितने करोड़ लोगों ने गाड़ियां नहीं ली, अच्छी बात है। हमारे देश प्रोग्रेस कर रहा है, प्रगति कर रहा है, लोग सुखी हो रहे हैं, संपन्न हो रहे हैं, लोगों के पास पैसे आ रहे हैं, लोग घूमने के लिए जा रहे हैं। लेकिन देश के तिजोरी में टैक्स के माध्यम से पैसा कितना लोग भर रहे हैं, ये हम मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट में बैठे हुए लोगों का देखने का काम नहीं है क्या? तो क्या इस सेक्टर में हमको बदलाव लाने की आवश्यकता नहीं है क्या? मैं मानता हूं कि जो अच्छे चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स हैं उनका हम सम्मान करते हैं, सभी लोग करते हैं, मैं भी करता हूं, आने वाले दिनों में हम करेंगे। लेकिन हर जमात में अच्छे और बुरे लोगों की एक संख्या है, ज्यादा कम उसके बारे में डिबेट एंड डिस्कशन हो सकता है। वैसे ही इस सेक्टर में जो गड़बड़ हुए, घोटाले हुए, जो धांधली हुई, उसमें उनको मदद करने वाले भी इस सेक्टर में से लोग थे ना सभापति जी। तो क्या उनके बारे में सरकार ने कोई संज्ञान लेना नहीं चाहिए? हम जैसे सारे मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट को देश के लोगों ने यहां पर चुनकर भेजा है, क्या हम लोगों ने इसके बारे में चिंता नहीं करना चाहिए? जो रॉन्ग डूअर्स है उनके ऊपर कोई एक्शन नहीं होना चाहिए, उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई नहीं होनी चाहिए? अगर एक्ट में कोई प्रोविजन नहीं है तो क्या उसके बारे में बदलाव नहीं होना चाहिए? तो मैं मानता हूं कि बदलाव होना चाहिए, और हम सभी लोग मानते हो कि बदलाव होना चाहिए, और ये बदलाव लाने का प्रयास सरकार कर रही है। सभापति महोदय जी, मैं मानता हूं कि ये सही समय है इस बिल में अमेंडमेंट करके हमको आगे बढ़ने के लिए। देश बहुत तेजी से बढ़ रहा है, एमएसएमई सेक्टर कितने तेजी से बढ़ रहा है। मैं मानता हूं कि चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट इंस्टीट्यूशन के लोगों ने आने वाले दिनों में उस इंस्टीट्यूशन में से बच्चे ज्यादा पढ़कर पास होकर बाहर निकले, इसका हमने प्रयास करना चाहिए। एक समय था 2-3% बच्चे ही पास होते थे, अब ये परसेंट बढ़कर आगे बढ़े हम। मैं मानता हूं कि इसमें और आगे जाने की आवश्यकता है, क्योंकि हम जब स्कूल में पढ़ते थे तो 5वीं 6वीं में जो हम पढ़ाई करते थे वो आज नर्सरी के बच्चे हमारे घर में पढ़ते हैं। हमको भी कभी कभी आश्चर्य होता है कि ये क्या हो रहा है। तो चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट में ऐसा कौन सा इतना बड़ा कोई टेक्निक है, ये मैं समझ नहीं पा रहा हूं। अभी तो मोदी जी के जमाने में तो सब डिजिटल इंडिया के माध्यम से सारे पेपर्स आते हैं, उसको खाली कैलकुलेशन करके हिसाब करके कितना टैक्स भरना ये तय करना चाहिए। इस देश में हम लोगों ने ये भी देखा, एक तो जो पेपर्स देते हैं उसके हिसाब से सीए जो होता है वो कितना टैक्स भरना है ये बताता है जो ग्राहक होते हैं उनको। दूसरा एक तरीका ये है कि सीए पूछता है कि आपको इस साल में कितना टैक्स भरना है। ये हम सब लोगों ने देखा है, हम सब इस दायरे में से गुजरे हुए। सरकार जैसे चलती थी, सरकार को जैसे लोगों ने चलाया वैसे चलने का प्रयास लोगों ने किया। अब बदलाव का समय आ गया है, तो मैं मानता हूं कि हमने बड़े पैमाने पे जो छोटे छोटे व्यवसाय करने वाले लोग हैं उनको टैक्स के दायरे में लाने का प्रयास करना चाहिए। और ये लाने का प्रयास कौन करेंगे? ये चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट लोगों ने करना चाहिए। जब हमारे मत विस्तार में अगर वोटर की संख्या ज्यादा बढ़ जाती है तो चुनाव के पहले हम लोग उनका नाम एनरोल करते हैं, नहीं भरते हैं, तो उनको टैक्स के दायरे में लाने का काम चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट लोगों का है। और मैं मानता हूं कि हमारे सब चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट भाई जो है वो बहुत ही जवाबदारी से एक काम करेंगे। मैं तो मानता हूं कि इनको एक टारगेट देना पड़ेगा। जैसे देश के प्रधानमंत्री होने के बाद में हम सब मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट को सांसद आदर्श ग्राम के नाम पे एक एक और एरिया दिया हमको काम करने के लिए, और हम सब लोगों ने किया। उसकी संतुष्टि भी हमको मिली, हमको समाधान भी हुआ कि हम अपने मतदार संघ के बाहर जाकर अन्य लोगों की भी सेवा कर पाए। तो ये चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट इंस्टीट्यूशन के लोगों ने नए टैक्स के दायरे में बड़े पैमाने पे लोगों को लाने की आवश्यकता है, जिससे बड़े पैमाने पे टैक्स आएगा, और टैक्स जितना ज्यादा आएगा उतना हम बेहतर काम कर पाएंगे। मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट को 2 साल से एमपी लैड बंद हुआ है, अभी फिर एक बार चालू हुआ है। महाराष्ट्र में हमारे यहाँ पर जो एमएलए होते हैं उनको 5 करोड़ रुपए मिलता है, और हम 6 विधानसभा में एमपी को 5 करोड़ रुपए मिलता है। मैं मानता हूं कि टैक्स के माध्यम से अगर ज्यादा पैसा सरकार की तिजोरी में आएगा तो उसका डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन में भी उसके भागीदार भी हम बनेंगे। वी कैन डिलीवर गुड्स मोर देन टुडे, ये हमको भी उसका लाभ मिलने वाला है। तो ये क्षेत्र में सभी लोगों ने पॉलिटिक्स को बाजू में रखकर हम सब लोगों ने मिलकर काम करने की आवश्यकता है। ये जो एक बात के बारे में डिस्कशन हो सकता है, डिबेट हो सकता है, उसमें बदलाव भी हो सकता है, आने वाले दिनों में भी आएगा। मैं मानता हूं कि ये सरकार 2014 के बाद में आने के बाद में इंसॉल्वेंसी, बैंक्रप्सी कोड और जीएसटी में जितना अमेंडमेंट हर पार्लियामेंट के सेशन में लाकर जितने सिस्टम को ठीक ठाक करने की आवश्यकता थी उतना करने का ये सरकार ने प्रयास किया है। नहीं तो एक बार कायदा बनने के बाद में 10-10 साल, 15-15 साल उसमें अमेंडमेंट तो आता ही नहीं था। चलता है, चलाओ, चलने दो, कोई पूछता नहीं था। अब उसमें जो भी करेक्शन होती है रिलेटेड लोग बताते हैं कि साहब ये सही नहीं है, ये सही नहीं है। तो सरकार ने उसको हर बार हमेशा उसको बदलाव करके आगे बढ़ने का प्रयास किया है, जीएसटी में और इंसॉल्वेंसी बैंक्रप्सी कोड में। इसमें भी जो हम कर रहे हैं इसमें और बेहतर करने के लिए आने वाले दिनों में स्कोप होगा। तो पार्लियामेंट में तो हम बैठे ही है, ये हो सकता है। अब किसी ने ये सोचने की क्या आवश्यकता है? मुझे भी लगता है कि भाई चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट है तो उसका जो चेयरमैन होगा उसने होना चाहिए, लेकिन कभी कभी आईएएस ऑफिसर्स है उसको हम मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट लोग कभी कभी गाइडेंस करते हैं, बिकॉज वी आर प्रैक्टिकल। हमको पता चलता है कि मतदार संघ में लोग कैसे हैरान है, परेशान है। तो ये कोई मापदंड नहीं हो सकता है जिसने क्या करना है, किसने नहीं क्या करना है करके। और इनका जो ऑडिट करने के लिए जो पैनल में से मेंबर उनका ऑडिट करेगा, मुझे लगता है कि ये भी अमेंडमेंट बहुत सही है, क्योंकि कोई भी सर्जन कितना भी एक्सपर्ट होगा तो वो जब बीमार होता है तो उसको ऑपरेशन करने की आवश्यकता पड़ती होगी तो उसको अन्य डॉक्टर के माध्यम से ही करना पड़ता है, वो स्वयं तो करता नहीं है। इसलिए जो अच्छी बातें हैं, जो सही है, उसको हम सब लोगों ने एकदम ओपन माइंड से स्वीकारने की आवश्यकता है, ऐसा मैं मानता हूं। और ये किसी ने भी ये सोचने की कोई आवश्यकता नहीं, जो बहुत पढ़ा है, बहुत लिखा है, जो बहुत डिग्री है उसके पास में, वही सब कुछ कर सकता है। इस पार्लियामेंट में हम लोग देखते हैं जो ऑक्सफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी के जो स्टूडेंट्स है वो किस प्रकार का परफॉर्मेंस देते हैं, और जो महानगर पालिका के स्कूल में से पढ़कर आए हैं वो किस प्रकार का परफॉर्मेंस देते हैं, ये भी हमने पार्लियामेंट में भी देखा और पार्लियामेंट के बाहर भी देखा है। इसलिए हर व्यक्ति को काम करने का स्कोप देना चाहिए। ये सरकार हर व्यक्ति को काम करने का स्कोप दे रही है, इसलिए हम सब लोगों ने समाधान मानकर जो ये बिल आया है इसको सब लोगों ने सपोर्ट कर हम आगे बढ़ना चाहिए। जो भी बदलाव आने वाले दिनों में उसकी आवश्यकता होगी, मैं मानता हूं कि सरकार उसके बारे में भी संज्ञान लेंगी। मैं चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट इंस्टीट्यूशन के जो अच्छे सीए वॉरियर्स है, उनका फिर एक बार यहाँ पर अभिनंदन करता हूं। बहुत लंबे समय तक उन्होंने इस सिस्टम को चलाया, लेकिन इस सिस्टम को और अच्छे बेहतर ढंग से चलाने के लिए सरकार ने जो अमेंडमेंट लाया है उसको उन्होंने भी बहुत खुले मन से स्वीकारते हुए हम सब लोगों ने मिलकर आगे बढ़ने का प्रयास करना चाहिए, यही भावना व्यक्त करते हुए मैं अपनी बात को यहाँ पर समाप्त करते हुए फिर एक बार इस बिल को समर्थन करता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
श्री N.K. Premchandra.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman sir, for affording me this opportunity to take part in the discussion on the Chartered Accountants, the Cost and Works Accountants and the Company Secretaries Amendment Bill 2021. Sir, I rise to oppose this bill because this bill has come into discussion for or debate only because of the statement of the Honorable Prime Minister when he was speaking at the ICA, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India Foundation Day. He told the Chartered Accountants that their signatures were more powerful than that of the Prime Minister and urged them to introspect and improve their standards. The Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji has also highlighted ICA's embarrassing disciplinary record wherein only 25 errant auditors had been prosecuted over the past 11 years and 1,400 cases were pending. This is the real cause by which, root cause by which this bill is generated. The only question, the prime question which I would like to ask to the Honorable Minister is whether this bill, that is the proposed amendment bill, is sufficient to meet the purpose of Honorable Prime Minister, or in order to commit the Honorable Prime Minister's words in the ICA day, whether it is sufficient to meet the purpose. Sir, according to me, no. Why? Because all these three organizations, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, and Institute of Works and Cost Accounts of India, and Institute of Company Secretaries of India, all these three organizations are the creations or the statutes of the Parliament. They are independent, autonomous bodies. What is the proposed amendment in the bill? In the bill, all these three professional bodies of chartered accountants and cost accountants and company secretaries have to be there, their powers have to be limited. That is Chartered Accountant Act of 1949 and Cost Accountants Act of 1959 and Company Secretaries Act of 1980. All these three acts have to be amended, making the regulating the professions of chartered accountants, cost accountants, and company secretaries. So the proposed amendments are with an intent to place the chartered accounting under considerable scrutiny with more regulatory control and thereby to strengthen the disciplinary mechanism of the chartered accountants. Sir, chartered accountants in the country play a very important role in the preparation and audit of financial statements, while company secretaries plays a vital role in strict compliance of the statutes. That is the role of the company secretaries. The major concern which I would like to express regarding this amendment bill is most of the honorable members have already stated in this house, that is regarding the autonomy. Sir, from 2014 onwards, after BJP-led NDA government has come to power, they are trying or attempting to encroach into the autonomous bodies, encroaching into all other organizations to have their authority on all independent autonomous organizations. We have seen in the case of Medical Council, National Medical Commission Act is also, if you examine it, nowadays it is everything is being controlled and guided and regulated and decided by the government of India because their representatives are controlling the National Medical Commission. Similarly, this executive is imposing and encroaching into various autonomous institutions. This is another typical example by which the government of India is encroaching into the autonomous character of all these three organizations. So that is the main apprehension and opposition which I would like to make. Sir, these three institutions are having self-governing exercise of self-professional institutes. They are self-professional institutes or bodies. As rightly pointed, no money or no budgetary grant is from the government. My concern that the autonomy of the professional bodies are under attack. So slowly the government is taking control of all these institutions, just like in the case of the National Medical Commission Bill. Sir, what is the role of self-governing professional bodies? Sir, I would like to quote the speech or observations made by the chairman of the Finance Standing Committee, Sri Jain Singha ji in the Standing Committee. I would like to quote it. The autonomy and independence of the professional institutions should not be interfered unnecessarily. The integrity associated with the financial reporting cannot be diminished in any way, since it reflects the business standards and financial robustness for the entire country. This is the observation of the Standing Committee Chairman, Sri Jain Singha in the Standing Committee. I have got it from the records. So if that be the observation of the Chairman of the Standing Committee of Finance Committee, they have scrutinized the bill. How can the Standing Committee agree with the provisions of this bill? That is a pertinent question which I would like to make, because autonomy shall never be interfered unnecessarily. Here, interference or unnecessary interference of the executive on the professional autonomous body is there. So how can Jain Singha, as the chairman of the Standing Committee, is making a very clear observation regarding the autonomous character of all these organizations, and at the same time supporting this bill means it is squarely contradiction to the observation which he has already made. So, sir, let us examine the crucial amendments which are being proposed in the bill. The crucial amendments, the first amendment is, I am confining to only 3 amendments. The first amendment is regarding section 9A. A new provision is incorporated, section 9A, by which constituting a coordination committee. Sir, coordination committee, what is the constitution of the coordination committee? Sir, the coordination committee's constitution is the president, vice president, and secretaries of all these 3 organizations: Chartered Accountants Organization, Cost Accountants Organizations, Company Secretaries Institute. All these 3 organizations, president, vice president, and the secretaries, all these will be the members of the committee. And who is chairing the committee, sir? The chairman of the committee is the secretary of the Corporate Affairs, Ministry of the Corporate Affairs. Sir, it is shameful. Is it independent? Is it autonomous character of an organization? The minister, the company secretary, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs secretary will be chairing this body, all the 3 organizations. And the name of it is coordination. And what is the purpose? The corporate affairs for the development and harmonization of the professions of chartered accountant, this cost accountants, and the company secretaries. And since I have no time, if you, sir, examine section 9A, what are the powers, the functions of all 3 organizations are totally regulated by the executive. That is the Minister, Secretary, Corporate Affairs. He is the chairman, he is regulating, and he is not only regulating, he is controlling. So, first objection, the strong objection is regarding 9A. Section 9A, new section is incorporated. It is totally against the autonomy of all these organizations, number 1. Number 2, amendment of section 21. Since no time, I am not going to the sections, reading the sections. That is the disciplinary directorate. Sir, I fully agree with that amendment, because a new provision for the appointment of at least 2 new joint directors to deal with the disciplinary cases. Because I have no objection in this. Because why? Because this will enhance the capacity of the disciplinary directorate to deal with the complaints, and also fixing a time frame by which these petitions or the complaints or informations have to be disposed of within a fixed time. I fully agree with that amendment. I am coming to another controversial amendment, is amendment to section 21A. Sir, you may kindly see Board of Discipline. As per the proposed amendment, the Board of Discipline, who will be the Board of Discipline? The chairman, the presiding officer, and 1 member of the Board of Discipline will be nominated by the central government. Board of Discipline, the chairman and 1 member, and 1 member will be from the institute. And the chairman and 1 member shall not be a member of the institute. He shall never be a member of the institute, and who is having law experience and all these things. And coming to, sir, amendment to section 21B, that is disciplinary committee. Sir, disciplinary committee, in which it is saying the presiding officer and 2 other members are nominated by the central government, who are not in the members of the institute. What is the independent and autonomous character of all these organizations? The chairman, the presiding officer, as well as 2 members of this disciplinary committee who are not the members of the chartered accountants, who are not the members of this institution, they will be governing the disciplinary committee. Means, what is the role of this institution, independence, autonomy? Sir, ICAI, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, is having a long tradition. and having larger strength, nearly 3.5 lakh members and 7.5 lakh students are there. Their main, sir, the main concern of this Chartered Accountants Institute, I'm having it detailed since there is no time, I'm concluding, sir. So their main concern is the presiding officer of the disciplinary committee should be a chartered accountant. And present mechanism, there are 5 members. Present mechanism, there are 5 members. 2 from the institute, 2 from the government of India, and 1 from the president. That is 2 government nominees are already there. And you may kindly see all decisions during the 72 years. All these 72 years, all the decisions are taken unanimously. Not even a single instant of dissent was there. The presence of the government nominee is mandatory for quorum. As per the present provisions of the Act, even the presence of a government nominee is must for having the quorum of the meeting. And sir, the president, vice president, the CCM are elected representatives of the chartered accountants and are accountable and subject to public scrutiny. In this act, it is being stated a statement saying that they are no having accountability. They are no, because they are being elected representatives of the chartered account. They are subject to accountable and also they are subject to the public scrutiny. Sir, the present this practice is since 72 years without any complaints. In the system now, the government is normal. So in this case, all these cases, nominees are acting as the umpire. The government nominees are acting as the umpire. This was the position. This was the precedent. So the conduct of the professionals, my point is, I'm concluding, the conduct of the professional should be judged by the professionals only. This should be applicable to all the professions, the medical profession, legal profession. You are an advocate, eminent advocate. I'm also from the legal profession. Who is judging the capacity or the conduct or misconduct of an advocate? It is the Bar Council chairman or the Bar Council disciplinary committee. Who is heading it? It is by the lawyers. As far as the National Medical Commission, now we have enacted a law by which who is that? Majority of the disciplinary committee as far as the medical field is also doctors. Why in the case of chartered accountants alone it is not applicable? So here the conduct of the professionals should be judged by the professionals only. The National Medical Commission Act 2019, there is a disciplinary mechanism for the failure of the doctors by the majority of the doctors. The disciplinary committee, according to the National Medical Commission Act of 2019, majority of the disciplinary committee members are doctors. Yes, absolutely, because professionals are judges by the professionals. And similarly, the Bar Council of India also, none of these bodies are, and what is the reason? Conflict of interest. If you are saying conflict of interest, sir, if you are saying the conflict of interest, none of the organization, the autonomous organization in the countries can have any independence in the country. Because everywhere you can very well say that there is conflict of interest. So there are so many objections have already been given by this ICA. I'm not going to read all these things. And they are suggesting that the presiding officer of the disciplinary bench should be a chartered accountant. The present disciplinary mechanism is well. If any amendments, kindly come with the positive amendments. And the advantage of the present disciplinary system has to be kept in. The concerns of the proposed change envisaged in the bill, audit and accounting require highly specialized skill. High specialized skill is required as far as auditing and accounting. There you are putting a secretary or putting a joint director or some executive from the ministry and doing all these things means it is in violation of the basic principles of accounting and auditing which is being established and which is being continued for the last 72 years. Sir, I'm not going to, sir, thank you very much for giving me this much of time. And so my basic point is this is attacking the autonomy of the professional bodies like ICAWI and similarly Cost and Works Chartered Accountant of India as well as the Institute of Company Secretaries. Since it is against the basic principles of autonomy, I strongly oppose this bill with these suggestions. I once again thanking you for giving me this much of time. Thank you very much, sir.
Sri Girish Chand. Honorable Member Girish Chand.
सभापति महोदय, चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट अधिनियम 1949 लागत और संक्रमण लेखफल अधिनियम 1959 कंपनी सचिव अधिनियम 1980 का और संशोधन करने वाले विधेयक से संबंधित विषय पर आपने मुझे बोलने का मौका दिया। मैं आपका आभार प्रकट करना चाहता हूं। महोदय, चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट लागत और संकल्प लेखापाल और कंपनी सचिव के क्षेत्र में लगे हुए व्यवसाय कर्मचारी और संस्थाओं को रेगुलेट करती है। इन बिलों का मुख्य उद्देश्य है अनुशासनात्मक कार्यवाही को संबद्ध और मजबूत प्रदान करने का है। कहने का आशय है कि चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट ऑफ इंडिया, द इंस्टीट्यूट कास्ट अकाउंट ऑफ इंडिया और इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ कंपनी सेक्रेटरी ऑफ इंडिया से जो व्यक्ति या फर्म अपना रजिस्ट्रेशन कराकर अपनी सेवा प्रदान करता है, वह उस संस्था का सदस्य माना जाता है। यदि उस सदस्य के खिलाफ किसी के द्वारा किसी प्रकार की शिकायत की जाती है तो उस शिकायत का निर्धारित समय के अंदर निस्तारण करने का इस बिल का उद्देश्य है। सभापति महोदय, जैसा कि हाल के बिल का उद्देश्य है कि इन तीनों संस्थानों के लिए डिसिप्लिनरी डायरेक्टरेट बोर्ड की स्थापना करना, जैसे उस संस्था का एक डायरेक्टर डिसिप्लिनिंग नामित किया जाता है और उसी संस्था का वो अधिकारी होगा। इसके बाद उस डायरेक्टर के नीचे कम से कम 2 ज्वाइंट डायरेक्टर नामित किया जाना है। अतएव तीनों संस्थानों में कम से कम 3-3 इस प्रकार कुल 9 डायरेक्टर डिसिप्लिनिंग और संयुक्त ज्वाइंट डायरेक्टर नामित किया जाना है। ऐसा कि हम सभी को पता है, जब किसी संस्था में किसी एक पद का सृजन होता है तो वहां पर आरक्षण अनुमन्य नहीं होता है, लेकिन एक से अधिक की संख्या में पद होते हैं तो भारतीय संविधान में यह व्यवस्था दी गई है कि आरक्षण के अनुसार पदों की भर्ती या नामित किया जाए। आपके माध्यम से सरकार से मेरा निवेदन है कि सभी संस्थानों में जैसे चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट ऑफ इंडिया, द इंस्टीट्यूट कास्ट अकाउंट ऑफ इंडिया और इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ कंपनी सेक्रेटरी ऑफ इंडिया, जिसमें कम से कम 1 डायरेक्टर डिसिप्लिन और 2 ज्वाइंट डायरेक्टर नामित किया जाना है। उनमें यह व्यवस्था की जाए कि उन 3 पदों में से 1 पद अनुसूचित जाति और 1 पद पिछड़ा वर्ग के लिए आरक्षित किया जाए, ताकि वंचित समाज के लोगों को भी यदि इस संस्थान में संबंध किसी सदस्य फर्म के खिलाफ कोई विवाद या शिकायत प्राप्त होती है तो उनका निस्तारण बिना किसी भेदभाव के स्वच्छ मानसिकता के साथ किया जा सके। अन्यथा इन दलित और ओबीसी वर्ग के लोगों का कैसे कैसे आर्थिक शोषण, मानसिक शोषण किया जाता है, ये बात किसी छिपी नहीं है। सभापति महोदय, मैं आपके माध्यम से माननीय मंत्री जी से आग्रह करता हूं कि मेरे द्वारा की गई मांग के संदर्भ में अवश्य रूप से उनके मंतव्य का संसद में बताने का कष्ट करें। आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
सभापति महोदय, मैं सदन में आज चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट कॉस्ट और वर्क्स अकाउंटेंट तथा कंपनी सचिव संशोधन बिल 2021 पर चर्चा हो रही है। सभापति, सरकार का ये कहना कि इस क्षेत्र में नीति के सुधार की तरफ बड़ा कदम है, लेकिन धरातल पर इसका क्रियान्वयन होगा तब सच्चाई सामने आएगी। सभापति महोदय, जब एनडीए की सरकार बनी थी 14 और 19 के अंदर बहुत बड़ा प्रचार किया गया कि फालतू के जो भी बिल और कानून हैं उनको हम रिपील करेंगे जब हम सत्ता के अंदर आएंगे। लेकिन दुर्भाग्य इस बात का है कि एक-एक दिन के अंदर कई बार 2-2, 3-3 बिल लाए गए, पास कराए गए और फालतू के कई कानून इस सरकार ने बनाए। इस बिल की कोई बहुत बड़ी आवश्यकता नहीं थी। सब ये बिल चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स एक्ट 1949, कॉस्ट और वर्क्स अकाउंटेंट्स एक्ट 1959 और कंपनी सचिव एक्ट 1980 में संशोधन करके उनके अनुशासनात्मक तंत्र को मजबूत करने का प्रयास करता है। सीए पे अगर वो गलतियां करता है तो अनुशासनात्मक कार्रवाई कैसे हो, ये बिल इसके लिए लेकर आए। इसके प्रावधानों में जाने के पहले चर्चा करना अत्यंत आवश्यक है कि नियामक संस्थाओं का भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था को सुदृढ़ बनाने में कितना बड़ा योगदान है। आज भारत 2.66 ट्रिलियन $US की जीडीपी साइज के हिसाब से विश्व की 6ठी बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था है। एमसीए के डाटा के अनुसार 31 मार्च 2021 तक भारत में कुल 13,44,000 से अधिक सक्रिय कंपनियां हैं, जिनमें कुल कंपनियों में से 65,992 कंपनियां पब्लिक लिमिटेड कंपनियां और 6,740 स्टॉक एक्सचेंज में सूचीबद्ध है। सबसे आज देश में 3 स्टॉक एक्सचेंज है, जिनका 28 मई 2021 तक के डाटा के अनुसार बाजार पूंजीकरण लगभग 3.03 ट्रिलियन $US तक है। इस परिप्रेक्ष्य में दृढ़ नियामक संस्थान न केवल देश के कंपनियों को सुचारू रूप से चलाने में सहायता करते हैं, बल्कि देश की जनता के धन को घोटालों से भी बचाते हैं। लेकिन भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था धोखाधड़ी घोटालों से अछूती नहीं रही। बड़े बड़े घोटाले इस देश के अंदर हुए, चाहे वो यूपीए की सरकार थी, चाहे एनडीए की सरकार थी। इस सरकार के सत्ता में आने से पहले हर्षद मेहता सिक्योरिटीज स्कैम 1992 में, ट्राई श्योर इंडिया लिमिटेड 1975-76, द ग्लोबल ट्रस्ट बैंक और केतन पारिक स्कैम 2000-2001, सत्यम कंप्यूटर्स लिमिटेड 2008, रेनबैक्सी लेबोरेटरीज 2008, नेशनल स्पोर्ट एक्सचेंज लिमिटेड NSCL 2013 हो या इस सरकार के सत्ता में आने के बाद हुए जेपी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर 2017, नीरव मोदी PNB 2018, IL&FS 2018, यस बैंक 2018-19 और दीवान हाउसिंग फाइनेंस कॉर्पोरेशन लिमिटेड DHFL 2020 में ABG शिपयार्ड द्वारा किया गया बैंक घोटाला था। इसकी गूंज भी पूरे देश के अंदर ही समझ में घोटालों ने स्वतंत्र लेखा परीक्षकों द्वारा सांविधिक लेखा परीक्षा की भूमिका और प्रभावशालिता पर न केवल सवाल उठाया बल्कि देश की जनता को ये मैसेज दिया कि विपदा की घड़ी में कोई नियामक संस्था उनके साथ नहीं खड़ी है। सवाल ये भी उठता है क्या भारत के नियामक संस्थाएं इतनी काबिल है कि उन घोटालों को होने से रोक सके और एक प्रीएम्पेटिव अप्रोच दिखाने की रिएक्टिव। उदाहरण के तौर पर नेहरू मोदी PNB घोटाले के उजागर होने के बाद सरकार ने राष्ट्रीय वित्तीय रिपोर्टिंग प्राधिकरण NFRA का गठन कर एक बहुत ही अच्छा कदम उठाया था, लेकिन ICAI जो CS को विनियमित करता है और अपने सदस्यों के खिलाफ कम प्रभावशाली कार्रवाई की प्रक्रिया रखता है, ने NFRA के गठन का विरोध किया। अफसोस इस बात का कि मार्केट के रेगुलेटर SCBI तक के पास लिस्टेड कंपनियों के ऑडिटरों के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने का क्षेत्राधिकार नहीं है। इससे इन सब घोटालों में शामिल CA और CS बड़ी आसानी से थोड़ा सा जुर्माना देकर छूट जाते थे। ICAI के अधिकार में तो अधिकतम सजा 3 महीने का सस्पेंशन और 1 लाख रुपए जुर्माना था। इसलिए मेरी मंत्री महोदय से एक ही मांग रहेगी कि इस बिल में जो सजा का प्रावधान आपने किया है, संस्थान के रजिस्टर से सदस्य का नाम हटाना, उसे फटकार लगाना, 5 लाख तक का जुर्माना लगाना, बिल जुर्माने की अधिकतम राशि को 10 लाख रुपए करता है। मेरी मांग है कि इसमें जब आप बिल लेके आए दोबारा तो ये सुझाव के साथ इस बिल को लाए, जिसमें 3-4 हम सुझाव भी देंगे, उसमें क्रिमिनल लायबिलिटी भी जोड़ी जाए ताकि बेलगाम हुए ऑडिटरों के लिए कारावास एक डेटरेंट साबित हो। ये मेरी मांग रहेगी। इसी के साथ सरकार से ये भी मांग करता हूं कि CA या स्टैट्यूटरी वैज्ञानिक ऑडिटरों को मार्केट फिड्यूसरी का दर्जा दिया जाए ताकि सेबी जैसी संस्थाएं भी इन पर कार्रवाई कर सके। सौद महोदय, इस बिल के संदर्भ में मंत्री जी को ये कहना चाहता हूं कि ICAI के केंद्रीय परिषद के सदस्य का वर्तमान में 3 वर्ष का कार्यकाल होता है और इस बिल के माध्यम से ये कार्यकाल बढ़ा के आप 4 साल कर रहे हैं। वे कोई भी CA अधिकतम 3 कार्यकाल के लिए चुना जा सकता है, इसे बढ़ाकर 4 वर्ष किया जा रहा है। इसलिए यदि वर्तमान में कोई CA इसका सदस्य वो 3 बार चुना कर 9 साल हो गया, 4 साल और उसको कर दोगे तो 9 से 13 साल हो जाएगा। इसलिए यदि वर्तमान में कोई CA इसका सदस्य है तो उसका वर्तमान कार्यकाल भी उसमें सम्मिलित रखा जाए ताकि लोकतांत्रिक व्यवस्था के अनुरूप सभी और नए लोगों को मौका मिल सके। इस पर आप जवाब देते समय जरूर स्पष्टीकरण जरूर दें। एक मेरा सुझाव है सफेद महोदय कि अनुशासन बोर्ड जो आप बना रहे हैं इसमें एक निदेशक सहित 3 सदस्य, जिसमें एक आपका होगा लो या अनुशासनिक, एक दूसरा होगा अर्थशास्त्री या व्यापारी और तीसरा काउंसिल का सदस्य होगा। मेरा सुझाव है बिल को नए सिरे से आप लाए, इसमें राजनीतिक जो जनप्रतिनिधि है, चाहे वो सांसद हो या जो भी जनप्रतिनिधि हो, उनको भी इसमें सदस्य बनाया जाए ताकि और पारदर्शिता के साथ काम हो सकता है। समझ महोदय, मैं मंत्री जी का अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण विषय की तरफ ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहूंगा कि RBI का सर्कुलर बैंक ब्रांच ऑडिट संबंध, जिसमें पहले 2020-21 तथा 2021-22 का है, पुराने प्रावधानों के अनुसार राष्ट्रीयकृत बैंक के अपनी 20 करोड़ से अधिक के एडवांसेज वाली शाखाओं की 100% 20 करोड़ से कम एडवांसेज वाली शाखाओं में 1/5 शाखाओं की ऑडिट रोटेशन वाइज चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट द्वारा करवाई जाती थी। 2021 की ऑडिट अलॉटमेंट के समय राष्ट्रीयकृत बैंकों ने RBI को कोरोना महामारी के हालातों के मद्देनजर करवाई जाने वाली ऑडिट के पैरामीटर में बदलाव करने का आग्रह किया, जिसको RBI ने मानते हुए एडवांस को बेस मानते हुए सिर्फ 90% एडवांस की ऑडिट करने का प्रावधान कर दिया था। एडवांस के 90% ऑडिट वाले प्रावधानों को भी 17 मार्च 2022 को आपने संशोधित किया, एक सर्कुलर जारी करके घटाकर 80% कर दिया। इसे नए प्रावधानों से करीब 50% शाखाएं बिना ऑडिट के रह गई। ये घोटालों का प्रमुख कारण बन रही है, ये दायरे से बाहर हो गई। इस प्रकार के निर्णय जो न तो देश के बैंकिंग में नई वित्तीय स्वास्थ्य के अनुकूल है, वे नई देश के जमाकर्ताओं के हितों के, क्योंकि आज रोज बैंक घोटाले सामने आ रहे हैं, रोज बैंक लाइसेंस वित्तीय अनियमितताओं के कारण रद्द किए जा रहे हैं। वे जमाकर्ताओं की खून पसीने की गाड़ी कमाई वे बुढ़ापे का सारा बैंकों में डूब रहे, डूबने का आसार बनते जा रहे हैं। इसलिए मेरा आग्रह है कि कोरोना महामारी से पूर्व के प्रावधानों के अनुसार ऑडिट सिस्टम को रिस्टोर करवाने का भी आप आदेश कराएं। इस बिल को बहुत तैयारी के साथ अगर सरकार लेके आती तो बहुत बड़ा फायदा देश के आम आदमी को हो सकता था। हालांकि CA के संदर्भ में ये भी कहना चाहूंगा कि दुनिया में एक मिनट सर, एक मिनट राम कृपाल जी, एक मिनट, आप नहीं बोल पा रहे तो मैं आपकी जगह भी थोड़ा बोल दूंगा ना। हालांकि CA के संदर्भ में ये भी कहना चाहूंगा कि दुनिया में ये एक ऐसा प्रोफेशन है CA का जो अपने क्लाइंट की उन्नति से स्वयं की उन्नति करता है। इसलिए इनके प्रोफेशन से जुड़ी समस्याओं पर भी आपको ध्यान देने की जरूरत है। सभापतियों मेरी मैं इस चूंकि बिल आधा अधूरा आप लेके आए, आप गलतियां जो सीए करता है उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करना चाहते हैं, लेकिन पूरी तैयारी के साथ इस बिल को वापस अगर लेके आए जिसमें सजा का प्रावधान भी हो, पॉलिटिकल व्यक्ति की नियुक्ति भी हो और सारा सही ढंग से हो, तब जाके इस बिल का कुछ इससे कुछ होगा कि बिल सही रूप में आप लेकर सिर्फ रिकॉर्ड बनाने के लिए रोज नए नए कानून लाना और पास करना, रिकॉर्ड बनाना, इसके लिए आप ये नहीं करें। मैं इस बिल का विरोध करता हूं। धन्यवाद सभापति।
रविंद्रनाथ।
Thank you, Chairperson, sir, for the opportunity to speak on the Chartered Accountant Cost and Works Accountant and the Companies Secretaries Amendment Bill 2021. Sir, auditors, accountants, and company secretaries are considered as the first gatekeepers of corporate governance, and our legal framework lays considerable faith and confidence in the system. Sir, I am sure that with emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, there is going to be a major transformation in the accounting sector, which the accounting industry has to brace itself with. For example, automation, mini boards, machine learning, and adaptive intelligence are becoming part of the finance team at lightning speed. Sir, one way, it is a welcome development that the accounting sector is giving opportunities to several homegrown SaaS-based companies like Zoho, operating out of Chennai, to emerge as global cloud-based accounting companies. But on the other side, sir, these changes like evolving smart and digital technology, continued globalization of reporting standards, and new forms of regulations are creating major challenges for the professionals as well as the regulatory framework. Sir, before I conclude, I wish to propose 3 suggestions to this House, sir, to the Honorable Minister. Firstly, ICAI, Institute of Chartered Accountant of India, is the world's second largest professional accounting body and largest professional accounting body of India, which functions entirely on a self-financing and self-sustainable model. The institute has nearly 165 branches spread across the nation, with nearly 40 more chapters outside the country. Sir, I wish to request that the government, these institutes may be elevated as approved training institutes by Government of India to award employable certificates similar a diploma to interpost chartered accountant students, so that a huge industry shortage of trained professionals can be addressed. Since the infrastructure and finances are already available within the current system under the administrative and academic jurisdiction of ICAI, further investment and employment of trained teachers are not required. Secondly, sir, future accountants will increasingly need education in digital technology, globalization, and evolving regulation, and so on. Undoubtedly, the accountant of a future will need to be technologically savvy to evolve with the changing industry, and our training and regulatory mechanism should also be ensured to adapt to this changing scenario. Thirdly, sir, with regard to women participation, women reservation in the region and central council should be ensured by properly toning the government policy. With increasing presence of women in the CA professional, the women's cell should be strengthened to work and help the women members in solving their work-related issues. The real purpose of Women Empowerment Committee of ICAI should be taken up priority. Sir, this bill has brought to tighten the disciplinary mechanism and streamline the functions of chartered accountants, company secretaries and cost accountants. The bill aims to deal with the conflicts of interest between the administrative and disciplinary arms of the institutes. It is also expected to result in quick decision making in disciplinary matters of professionals through this fixed time frame of 90 days. Through this, sir, I support this bill. Thank you.
Sir, thank you so much. The Chartered Accountant, Cost and Works Accountants and Company Secretariats. Amendment Bill 2021. सरकार ने समय समय पर सीए प्रोफेशनल्स को एनकरेजमेंट किया है एवं हेल्प की है। सीए इंस्टीट्यूट ने भी अपनी पार्टनर इन नेशन बिल्डिंग अपनाया है एवं हर घड़ी सरकार की योजनाओं को एग्जीक्यूट करने के लिए हेल्प की है। टैक्स कलेक्शन की बात हो अथवा अन्य किसी योजना को लोगों के बीच में लाने की बात हो, इंस्टीट्यूट ने हमेशा सरकार के साथ दिया है। सरकार की विविध कल्याणकारी योजनाओं जैसे प्रधानमंत्री रोजगार योजना, सब्सिडी योजना, एक्सपोर्ट्स योजना, स्पेशल टैक्स जोन प्रमोशन ई योजना को जनता तक पहुंचाने में हेल्प की है। सर, आई जस्ट रिक्वेस्ट यू, आई एम जस्ट हियर, few of my CA people from my district and from Vidarbha basically and from Nagpur, they have actually spoken to me about this bill when this bill got introduced in this house, and immediate all the chartered accountants, they came and they visited and they spoke to me about this bill, ki what should be we should bring changes in this bill. I will just give few suggestions, sir. I'm always there in the support of this party and the department and with the ministry. But I just wanted to give you, because from last 74 years, these people are serving India. They are working for India. They are working for progress in the people, in the favor of this India nation. I'll just give this bill to examine only CA Amendment Act. The proposal is out-of-box suggestion of IIA. It's commercially proposed to destroy the world best and cheapest courage by privatization of it through IIA. No need to establish IIA when we have the world best CA institute, sir. And it's like we are demolishing Nalanda like institute just for competition, which is not fair, sir. I am just here to, मैं यहाँ पे सिर्फ आज बोलने के लिए आई हूँ। मैं सीए लोगों की आवाज, मेरे क्षेत्र के और विदर्भ के लोगों की, जो सीए जो प्रैक्टिस करते हैं दिन रात, पूरी सरकार को दिन रात अपना समय देते हैं कि हमारी सरकार और देश की उन्नति हो, उसके लिए साथ देते हैं, तो उनकी कुछ त्रुटियां हैं जिसको हमने एज ए सजेशन लेना चाहिए। और कमिटी को भी बहुत बार अप्रोच किया। द सीए अमेंडमेंट बिल प्रपोज टू मेक चेंजेस इन द डिसिप्लिनरी mechanism of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. The current mechanism is robust, useful, and was only put in place about a year ago. The bill proposed to increase government nominee from 2 to 3 and reduce the member of council from 3 to 2, sir. This is the main pain what the CA people are facing, sir. अगर कोई भी एक आधा व्यक्ति जो मेडिकल प्रैक्टिस नहीं कर रहा है, अगर वो चेयर पे बैठता है, तो वो उस डॉक्टर को क्या न्याय देगा अगर वो चेयर के पास आएगा? अगर उसे पता है कि इसने इस जगह पे इस तरीके से अगर गलती की है, तो उसे किस तरीके से हमने सजा देनी चाहिए और किस तरीके से नहीं देनी चाहिए? सो दिस इज द recommendation, sir, from the CA what I am giving in this house. The current composition of disciplinary committee is 2 members appointed by the Government of India and 3 members of ICAI Council. The process so far has been smooth, practical and useful. The current system may be continued as there is no reason to change in less than decade. Currently, minimum 1 member of government should be present for a form a quorum. The bill proposed that the chairman of the bench will be government nominee and not a CA. This is the basically, sir, the chairperson, when you spoke about this. Mehtab ji spoke about this. Our Google uncle from Bengal, he spoke about this. Everybody talking about only this point. We don't have a problem about this bill. It is just the chairperson who we are appointing. He should be a CA who has actually practiced in this field, not the non-chartered accountant practitioner. In the DC, mechanism is a quasi-judicial function, and only person who are from the same profession should sit in the judgment as fact are involved. The change is keen to placing non-legal or non-medical profession in the DC mechanism or Bar Council, Medical Council. The Standing Committee, while rejecting all the suggestions of ICAI, has gone beyond its mandate and proposed sitting up. Sir, I am always in the support of the government, and I am there, but it is just a little suggestion what I wanted to give in this house in behalf of my chartered accountant who belongs to Maharashtra and Vidarbha. Thank you so much, and I'm always there with sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, for giving me an opportunity to participate in this discussion on the amendment bill of the Chartered Accountants Act, the Cost and Works Accountants Act, and the Company Secretaries Act. Sir, I am proud to state that I am a chartered accountant, practicing chartered accountant, and I am here in this profession for the last 40 years. Sir, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India since 1949 is being administered by, under the administrative control of the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. It is being managed by a council which has got 40 members, out of which 32 are elected among the members of the institute, members of the profession. 8 are nominated by the Government of India. So there is already a control by the government. I don't know why the government should bring in such a bill where the control they want to, entire control to be taken off by the government or the bureaucrats. It is not fair, sir. Sir, the profession at the time when it was started in 1949, there were only 1,450 members. Now it is 350,000 members. Sir, the total number of students at the time when it was instituted in 1949, it was the number of students were less than 5,000. Now it is more than 8 lakhs. See, the students in 1949 was less than 5,000. Now it is more than 8 lakhs. Sir, our former President of India, he applauded the profession, stating that the chartered accountants are partners in nation building. All through the last 72 years, the profession was along with the government, whoever be in government in power. We have contributed largely, and for example, in 1985, the tax audit was brought in, and the chartered accountants are doing the tax audit. This was increased the revenue of Government of India to a large extent. So my humble request is that by bringing in certain provisions which will destroy the profession, that government should go back from that decision and it should not be implemented. Sir, say I would just go through the details of the provisions also. As per Section 21B of the Chartered Accountants Act 1949, the disciplinary committee of the ICAI currently consists of 5 members, in which 3 are members of the profession. And the president and vice president of the institute will be either will be the presiding officer of the disciplinary committee. Now, as was already mentioned by all the members, that the disciplinary committee is going to be headed by a bureaucrat. Is it correct? All professions, other professions you go through, it was already mentioned here. I would like, sir, it was, excuse me? It is an insult to the profession, no doubt at all. See, the disciplinary mechanism is a quasi-judicial work, and the members should have adequate knowledge and functional experience in the field of accounting standards. There are international accounting standards, the auditing standards, the commercial laws like income tax,
GST, customs, money laundering, Benami property transactions, banking mechanism, and cooperative societies, etc. See, when a person coming from outside the profession, he do not have any experience in these matters. Which government secretary has got any experience in knowing accounting standards, auditing standards? It should not be allowed. Sir, the proposed amendment in the system, regarding the legal profession, it was mentioned by many members. The Bar Council of India, the Council of Architecture, the National Medical Commission, everywhere the person from the profession is heading the disciplinary committee. The Section 9 of the Advocates Act 1961, sir, the Bar Council shall constitute one or more disciplinary committees. Each shall consist of 3 members, out of which 2 shall be persons from the elected by the council and its members, and the 3rd member shall be a person among the advocates who possesses the qualifications specified in the proviso of the section. Sir, the senior-most advocate amongst the members of the disciplinary committee shall be the chairman of the committee. Sir, as per the Architects Act 1972, all the complaints against the architects shall be investigated, and all inquiries relating to misconduct of architects shall be held by a committee of the council consisting of 3 members, of whom 1 shall be elected by the council from among its members, 1 member from among the members nominated under clause B, and 1 member among referred into clause D, subsection 3 of section 3. The chairman of the disciplinary committee shall be elected by the members of the committee among themselves. Sir, there also only a member of the profession becomes the chairman of the disciplinary committee. Sir, under the National Medical Commission Act, the medical registration board comprising of 5 doctors, among them 1 shall be the president, 2 whole-time members and 2 part-time members. Sir, in the proposed amendment to the Chartered Accountants Act 1949, the majority would be non-chartered accountants, that is, other than chartered accountants, who do not have any experience about the practical functions of the chartered accountants, which is not appropriate and not acceptable to the profession. The interference of the central government in the internal affairs of the institute is an attack on the autonomy of the institute. I recommend that the existing position regarding the composition of the disciplinary committee should be retained, and the presiding officer should be a chartered accountant, someone with the knowledge and expertise in practice about the application of the accounting and auditing standards. Sir, with these words I conclude.
Thank you. Sri Saptagiri Ulaka.
Thank you, Chairman, sir, for allowing me to speak on this very important bill, the Chartered Accountants, the Cost and Works Accountants, and the Company Secretaries Amendment Bill 2021. Sir, I rise to oppose the bill, and just like most of my colleagues, they have already mentioned the main issues. I don't want to repeat the thing, and in light of the time available, this bill changes have been proposed to existing legislations governing the apex institution of Chartered Accountants, Cost Accountants, and Company Secretaries. Sir, I was going through the Standing Committee report, and on this particular thing, on the proposed constitution of Coordinate Committee, explicitly it has been mentioned, constituting a coordination committee would amount to not only including the autonomy of the institute, but it may also hamper the decision-making authority of the council of the respective institute, which is evident from the functions proposed to be assigned to this committee under subsection 4. A coordination committee of all 3 institutes is already in place as a non-standing committee of the institute under section 17. This may be made a standing committee, and its term of reference should be to discuss and resolve common issues like multidisciplinary partnership. So this is the basic thing on the coordination committee. And now the revised coordination committee, it has a secretary who is heading the committee. I think this is an attack on autonomy, and I was hearing my esteemed colleagues from the Treasury benches. They've been mentioning that this bill has been brought in so that more autonomy could be given. But we have seen what happened in Medical Council. They will do the same in Bar Council, the Dental Council, each and every institution they're trying to attack,
At the same time, they have the guts to say that we are giving you more autonomy. This is a joke on all of us. And sir, chartered accountant, I'll tell you a story about when we were in college. One of my friends was a topper in my batch. Accepting him, we all decided to get into engineering or medical profession. But that guy, he went into BCom and then he got into chartered accountant. So this institute, through their legacy and history, is a very, very renowned institute, nothing less than the IIMs or IITs. We don't need an IIA. The thing is, they have around 7.5 lakh students and 3.5 lakh members as of now, the ICAI. And what we are doing now is we are trying to dilute it just because our Honorable Prime Minister, he made a speech that your signature is more important than my signature. And what does this Parliament have to do? They have to bring a bill where they say we'll give you autonomy, but they will take away your autonomy. Some main issues have been the striking of the names of defaults of the CA firms. This has been flagged. Approvals of names of CA firms registered with the institute. And when we talk about the Satyam story, sir, I was working with an IT company, Infosys. And when Satyam happened, the owner, he said, I'm riding on a tiger without knowing when to jump up. But I don't think it's a problem of the chartered accountant or the disciplinary committee or the standing committee. It's mainly because of the intentions of the director or the owner who forced these guys to get into this kind of book mismanagement and so on. So that is the main issue. We should try how we can more streamline this process, give them more power and everything. I'll come to the Board of Discipline. There, again, from the Standing Committee meeting, the Board of Discipline, what has been requested to the Standing Committee, the unprecedented provisions of appointing 2 non-CAs as members out of 3 members in the board may have a large-scale impact on the work of CAs, would be majorly judged by non-CAs. So now what we are doing, what for the medical council, you will have an engineer who will be the head of the medical council. Similarly, you're doing for the CA, which is a major concern for them. And there are 2 basic things. I don't want to take much of your time. The dilution of powers of the chartered accountant profession. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of ICA has raised concern of the proposal to have non-chartered accountants, which I have mentioned as the presiding officer of the disciplinary committee. At present, the president or vice president of ICA acts as the presiding officer, a practice that the institute wants to continue. The second one is the vague terminology. The Chartered Accountants Act 1949 left the definition of other misconduct open-ended. According to ICAI, the old act allowed reprimanding, imposing fines, and even cancelling registration of members if the former believed that the member's activity brought disrepute to the institute. In the recent past, what has happened, sir, ICAI used this provision to arbitrarily censor the content that some CS posted on the social media. The new bill doesn't address the issue of this whimsical censorship from ICAI. And moreover, sir, when we move to digital technology and the digital world, we should look at multiple ways of how we can enable that digital technology in enabling the CS to perform the work more often. So that direction should be there, rather than giving, introducing the secretary as the coordination committee head won't help us in many ways. There's one last point, sir. Under the Act, in cases of profession or other misconduct, the committee may reprimand or remove the number from the register of the institute, impose a fine up to ₹5 lakhs. The bill increases the maximum amount of fine to 10 lakhs. I think this amount, I'm not sure what was the calculation methodology. Maybe a fair amount or something has to be discussed. And we should trust our CS. They have been working for the last 75 years with much dedication, and they are also nation builders. So let's give them more autonomy rather than using the jingoism and taking up the autonomy and saying that we are providing autonomy when we are encroaching on the field areas. Thank you so much. And we oppose the bill.
Thank you. Sri Anurag Sharma.
Thank you, Honorable Sir, for giving me this opportunity. I stand here for you in complete support of this bill. Let me actually, there was some discussion earlier about how this bill is going to be changing our lives and the lives of my friends as CAs. And sir, let me remind this House that this, हम लोग क्रिकेट बहुत खेलें तो मैं हिंदी में बता देता हूँ, ये तो वैसी बात होगी जब 2 टीमें क्रिकेट के मैदान में उतरती हैं और एक टीम 13 प्लेयर्स के साथ आ जाती है तो 11 उसके खिलाड़ी हो गए और 2 अंपायर्स भी वो साथ लेके आते हैं. तो ये यूपीए के ज़माने की लेगेसीज हैं जो ये चलता आ रहा है इतने सालों से. आज अगर सरकार ये बिल लेके आई है तो ये खाली दो ही चीजों में महत्वपूर्ण है। कहीं से भी इनकी ऑटोनॉमी खत्म नहीं करी जा रही। आज भी ये कोर्स सेट करते हैं, आज भी कितने लोग पास आउट होते हैं, क्या परसेंटेज ऑफ पासिंग आउट होता है, वो सब सीएस के हाथ में ही रहता है। इसमें जो महत्वपूर्ण चीज ये है कि जब अपन बात करते हैं ऑटोनॉमी की, तो ऑटोनॉमी इंस्टीट्यूट्स की किसी भी हालत में दखलंदाजी नहीं की गई है। इसमें एक डिसिप्लिनरी बॉडी बनाई गई। जब यहां पर खाली आप 3-4 डजन केसेस पे इतने सालों से एक्शन ले पाए हैं, तो टुडे व्हेन द नीड ऑफ द आवर इज इंडियाज फास्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी। आज अभी उन्होंने जैसे कहा कि 7-7.5 लाख बच्चे सीए के एग्जाम्स के लिए तैयारी करते हैं, 3-3.5 लाख सीएज हैं इस देश में। तो मैं आपको ये बताना चाह रहा हूं कि हिंदुस्तान में अमेरिका के बाद सबसे अधिकतम सीएज है। 3.5 lakh CAs work in India. But unfortunately, none of our best practices are recognized internationally because of lack of a disciplinary committee or work in the disciplinary committee. Today, when you talk about the big four, whether it's Deloitte, KPMG, EY, none of the big Indian companies have become of an international standard. In this country, today our people from the software industry lead the world. When we have so many CAs, why are our audited statements not accepted in NASDAQ or accepted worldwide? It's only because certain best practices have not been followed. Today I was happy to note that in this regard, global best practices adopted in US, UK, Australia, Canada and South Africa have been studied by the ministry. They've brought in some of these changes. Today, even in the UK, lay members, that means members who are not CAs, head the disciplinary panels. In UK, there are multiple bodies imparting education and regulating the accountancy profession, unlike India, where ICAI enjoys status of a statutory body. Even in the US, state boards of accountancy regulate the profession and license to practice is also given by them. Here, sir, there is no way the government is impinging on the autonomy of these. The only thing is the disciplinary action. यूपीए के सरकार के दौरान और इन सब में जगह हमेशा ये देखा जाता था कि एक बड़ी सिस्टम चलता था। आप भी सी हैं, मैं भी सी हूं, तो भैया इसको छोड़ देते हैं। प्रेशर लाया जाता था, फोन बैंकिंग हुई है इस देश में, इसलिए इतनी बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां बंद हो गई। महाराष्ट्र कोऑपरेटिव बैंक से लेकर सत्यम कंप्यूटर्स, आप किसी चीज का भी जिक्र कर लीजिए। ये इसलिए होता रहा क्योंकि ये प्रेशर लिया जाता था। आज अगर एक इंडिपेंडेंट, कंप्लीटली इंडिपेंडेंट बॉडी क्रिएट करी जा रही है फॉर डिसिप्लिनरी एक्शन, और मेरे एक मित्र अभी मुझको ही बता रहे थे कि आज हिंदुस्तान की जो सबसे बड़ी ऑडिट बॉडी अपने पास है सीएजी, उसमें कोई सीए नहीं है, पर आज वो ऑडिट करते हैं कि नहीं पूरे हिंदुस्तान का। तो अगर इंडिया का ऑडिट सीएजी कर सकती है विदाउट अ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट ऑन इट्स बोर्ड, और वो सबके सब एक एग्जाम दे के पास आउट किए होते हैं, तो आज अगर हम उसमें ये ला रहे हैं तो ये अच्छी चीज होगी। बिकॉज अगर हिंदुस्तान की इकोनॉमी जिस रेट से बढ़ रही है आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के अंदर में, तो हमको ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों को तैयार करना पड़ेगा, हमको बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस वर्ल्ड वाइड अडॉप्ट करनी पड़ेगी। हम सभी को इन बॉडीज को इस तरीके से करना पड़ेगा कि जो आज हिंदुस्तान की यूनिकॉर्न्स, इतनी सारी कंपनियां बड़ी बड़ी होकर विदेशों में जाके रजिस्टर करना चाहती हैं, इनकी बैलेंस शीट्स पे जब साइन हो, अगर हिंदुस्तान की फर्म का साइन होगा तो हम सबको उस चीज पे गर्व होगा। हम सब चाहते हैं कि ये 4 बड़ी कंपनीज के अलावा 4 और हिंदुस्तान कंपनियां हो। एक जमाने में सर 2 बड़ी हिंदुस्तान की कंपनियां होती थी, टीवी और बाटली बॉय, मेरे ख्याल से वो आज खत्म भी हो चुकी होंगी। आज मेरे ख्याल से बहुत छोटी रह गई होंगी इफ यू कंसिडर देम एज फार एज एन EY or a Deloitte is concerned. Today, these companies not only employ CAs, CSs or cost accountants, they also employ business managers. They're complete turnkey consultancy firms. So today when we talk about a coordination committee, where does the coordination committee come in? For large corporates, even in India, where a medium scale to a large corporate company is concerned, it has to have the services of all three: a CA, a cost accountant, as well as a CS. So coordination committee helps in making sure that the best practices are followed. Major lacuna in our framework. So I think by bringing in this bill, I would like to compliment the Ministry of Corporate Affairs कि आप जो ये करने जा रहे हैं सर, ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण स्टेप था, बहुत जरूरी स्टेप था। हम कहीं पे भी ये नहीं कहना चाह रहे कि हमारे सीए मित्रों ने इस देश की सेवा नहीं करी। हम कहीं पे भी ये नहीं कहना चाह रहे कि साहब जो कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज हैं वो कम काम करते हैं। हम कहीं नहीं कह रहे कि कॉस्ट अकाउंटेंसी नॉट इम्पॉर्टेंट। गवर्नमेंट कहती है ये सब चीजें जरूरी हैं, पर इनकी एक ओवरसाइट भी होनी चाहिए। आप खुद ही मैच खेलें और खुद ही अपने ही रेफरी बनाएं, वो गलत होता है। आज अगर हम किसी चीज में अपने स्पोर्ट्स में भी देखें तो रेफरी बाहर के ही आते हैं और बाहर के ही लोगों से आप तभी विश्वास जागता है। अगर हिंदुस्तान में मैच हो रहा होता है, साउथ अफ्रीका रेफरीज आते हैं सर। हमने अपना ही पिच प्रिपेयर किया और अपने ही रेफरीज रख लिए, तो फिर कौन मानेगा इस चीज को? तो इसलिए ये जरूरी होता है। And I would like to compliment the government for following some of the best practices which are now being practiced in India. I'm happy to note that most of these advices given by the standing committee have been accepted, are there. The only tricky issue here remains to be seen is whether the chairman should be from the CS themselves or from outside. I think for, sir, if I can complete, you can please interject later.
No interference, please.
I didn't interject when you were speaking, sir. So if you allow me that courtesy, I would be very grateful.
Namaste. When you spoke, nobody interfered, na? You made your point clear.
So I appreciate what the honourable member had said. I appreciate your concern for the CS, sir. I work with CS all my life. I work as a corporate with them. I appreciate the great work you've done. But yes, there needs to be an oversight body. Your autonomy is nowhere being impinged by the government. You are still deciding even the number of CAs which pass the exam every year. In fact, we need to up that because a lot of brilliant children get rejected during the exam and they actually face a lot of heartburn and heart failure. किसी को भी एग्जाम में फेल होने के बाद अच्छा नहीं लगता सर, वो बच्चे सब ब्रिलियंट होते हैं। जितने हम सीएस किस देश में तैयार करेंगे, क्योंकि आप आज जीएसटी में भी सीएस हमारे साथ काम करते हैं, आज कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स लॉ के लिए भी सीएस साहब काम करते हैं, सीएस साहब आज हमारे इनकम टैक्स के लिए भी काम करवाते हैं। सो सारी चीजों में सीएस और सीएस का काम रहता है। हमको जब एनर्जी ऑडिट की जरूरत पड़ती है तो इसीलिए मैं सरकार को बधाई देना चाहता हूं कि एटलीस्ट इस बॉडी की वजह से हिंदुस्तान के लिए आगे जो हमारे लोग प्रैक्टिस करेंगे, हमारी ऑडिटेड बैलेंस शीट जाएंगी, हमको वहां पे दूसरी बार जाके उनको फिर से ऑडिट कराने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। सो विद दिस few words, I would like to commend this bill to the House, and I hope the House passes it with a thumping majority.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sri Arvind Sawant.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. The Chartered Accountants, the Cost and Works Accountants and the Company Secretaries Amendment Bill 2021, on which I would like to express my opinion. Sir, I have listened to a lot of people who are expertise, who are chartered accountants. One of the finest gentlemen, Anuragji, also spoke very well right now. I listened to you also. Sir, the fact remains that the institutes, right now there is only one institute. I don't know why you are saying institutes. Only one institute is right now. Indian Institute of Chartered Accountants is the only institute in the country. There is no IIT like IIT, IIM, in number of institutes are there in number of regions. Only one institute is there. And as he has rightly pointed out, out of 40 members of the board, 32 are getting elected, 8 are being nominated by the government. What Anurag Sharma ji has expressed, I appreciate one point, he want to upgrade the standards and all. Okay, we fine, we are supporting that idea. But the fact remains that the autonomy of the institute is being introduced by the government. And what is the interest behind it? The standing committee itself has given a report in which they have categorically mentioned that the appointing a chairman or a president for the disciplinary committee from the bureaucrat is objectionable. And he has given an example that CAG don't have a chartered accountant. I hope the honorable gentleman will go and clear it, whether the chartered accounts are there in CAG or not. Why you need a bureaucrat? First thing. Secondly, why you need to interfere in this institute or intervene in the institute? Why you want to destroy the autonomy of the institute? And why, while doing so, the institute which has served the country for 70 years, 30, 40 years, whatever it may be, while you brought GST, you brought so many other things, you had a deal with the SEBI, RBI, everywhere. The chartered accountant should always help them, cooperated them, even in finalizing the taxation also they have come forward and help the government. Now you see here, in clause 9A, there shall be a coordination committee consisting of the president, vice president and the secretary of the council of each of the institutes. Each of the institutes. Where are the others? I would like to know. Each of the institutes, there is only one institute. Are you going to form more institutes reason-wise? Let it be very clear from that. The cost accountant of India and company secretaries of India for the development and harmonization of the profession of chartered accountant, cost accountants and companies. Is it not, harmony is not there? I would like to know from you. You are a chartered accountant. Whether the harmony is not there. Sir, I am lucky. I stay in Mumbai. Chairman was from Mumbai, I think. 1 minute.
There is no competition between these institutes.
That's what I'm saying.
They are going
1 minute. Harmony is
Savanji,
there or
please
not?
address the chair.
I'm asking you harmony. Forget about that. I was really lucky to attend the convocation programs of them. The students. Outstanding. Meritorious. As he has rightly pointed out. The engineer did not go. He went to a chartered accountant exam. And then when I was speaking to them, I said, in the entire educational system, chartered accountants are the only ekalavyas. So there is no college. You show me a chartered accountant college in the country. There is no college. The students are studying of their own and appearing for the exam. And I said, you are the ekalavyas. Outstanding. And brilliant students are coming out of it. And when they are doing something, you have lost the trust in that. I do remember in 2017, when the Honorable Prime Minister had addressed them, he had a concern, definitely he had a concern. He had a concern about certain irregularities being done by some of the businessmen and so many people. So many industries have ran away from the country. If you look at the NCLT, somebody has referred it. Look at the NCLT's decision, sir. The way NCLT is working, I would like to know from the Honorable Minister, during the after the formation of the NCLT, what are the decisions given by the NCLT? How many cases have dealt by the NCLT, and look at them. Look at JET. The company which is having a capital of around thousands of crores is being sold for a few crores. And then they ask the bankers. The bankers are who? Our own PSU banks. Do you have any objection? They simply say no. Why? Who is advising to say no to? Because they have given the loan, the deputies of the bank, PSU bank, and in front of the NCLT court, they say, do you have any objection if you get 300 crores or 400 crores? They say no. This is what is happening, and there we need a chartered accountant. As far as the other issues are concerned, I feel the standing committee has 1 minute. I know because a lot of people have talked about it, and I know what are the opinion, I support whatever the ideas they are serving. I'll request the Honorable Minister that look at the standing committee's report, and I will again request you, better. Now where is the attention? Enlighten me. He can enlighten me on this, because what I heard is that the institute is having 15,000 crore rupees with them. Is it correct or wrong? 15,000 crore. 1,500 crores. Sorry, I'll correct it. There's no problem about it. 1,500 crore rupees are with them. Now the government's committee will come. And who will intervene? Where the money will be spent? Nothing is mentioned in this there. Finance, no money. वो कह रहे हैं उनको पैसा नहीं देना है. अरे पैसा नहीं तो उनके पास पैसा है. आपका ध्यान उस पैसे पे है क्या? वो भी तो बताओ.
Please
conclude. तो मालूम पड़ने तो हमें whether we are paying attention over there. That is what I feel, and therefore I request the chairman to the minister, through you to the minister, let us send this bill to this selection committee again. Let us discuss this elaborately, and let us come with a very good bill which will protect the investors also and which will serve the institute also. Thank you so much.
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you very much. Sri Adhiranjan Chaudhary.
Sir, हमारा member रह गया sir. One member is left from our end, sir. One member is left, sir. Here also.
Oh, sorry. Oh, BJP 10 is there, na? Yes. Sri Ravi Kishan.
सर्वप्रथम मैं आपको धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि आपने मुझे महत्वपूर्ण विधेयक पर बोलने का मौका दिया, अध्यक्ष महोदय। संशोधन विधेयक का स्वागत करता हूं मैं और सपोर्ट करता हूं। जैसा कि विधेयक के उद्देश्यों का कारण कथन में लिखा गया, बहुत ही पारदर्शिता के साथ, क्लैरिटी के साथ है। आई वाज हियरिंग ऑल मैं सारे माननीय सदस्यों को सुन रहा था, बट ये सारे सदस्य ये नहीं जान रहे हैं कि यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की सोच है ट्रांसपेरेंसी, पारदर्शिता, और इस देश में अब वो समय आ गया है जहां पर हम लोग साफ साफ चीजों को देश के सामने रखें। ये देश एक नया भारत बन रहा है, एक नई सोच का भारत। 1959 में व्हाट हैपेंड, 1949 में व्हाट हैपेंड, उसको सब कुछ मद्देनजर रखते हुए हम इसको बदलते हुए तंत्र को स्ट्रांग करना है, उनको सिक्योर करना है। संस्थान इसके जो सदस्य हैं संस्थानों के, उनके विरुद्ध अनुशासनिक मामलों में एक समय सीमा के भीतर से निपटाना, जवाबदेही तथा पारदर्शिता को बढ़ावा देने संबंधित संस्थानों की परत परिषद को स्वायत्तता प्रदान करना इत्यादि शामिल है, जो बहुत ही क्लियरली बताता है कि अब ये देश बदल रहा है, चीजों को बदलना जरूरी है, देश को जानना है, देश की जनता को जानना है कि सत्य क्या है, लोग क्या हैं, लोग कैसे काम कर रहे हैं, वेदर दे आर सीए, वेदर दे आर इनटू इनकम टैक्स, वेदर इन द गवर्नमेंट फर्म, एनी काइंड ऑफ फर्म, दे वांट टू सी कि भैया क्या हो रहा है, हमारे देश का क्या हो रहा है, मेरी देश की जनता का क्या हो रहा है, मेरे टैक्स के पैसों का क्या हो रहा है, कैसे पीपल ऑपरेटिंग, कैसे मेरा देश बढ़ेगा, कैसे 135 करोड़ की आबादी स्ट्रांग होगी, कैसे हम सुपर पावर बनेंगे। तो ये सारे पॉकेट्स को और ये सारी जो संस्थानें हैं और संस्थाएं हैं उसको स्ट्रांग करने के लिए यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की जो सोच है उसी को लेकर हम लोग चल रहे हैं और वो बिल उसी से आधारित है और उसी के अनुसार है। अब अपोजिशन को भी ये जानना जरूरी है कि ये देश बदल रहा है, अपने आप को स्ट्रांग कर रहा है विद ट्रांसपेरेंसी के साथ और ऑनेस्टी के साथ। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि आज के बदलते परिवेश में जवाबदेही, पारदर्शिता अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है। हर इंसान चाहता है कि भैया क्या हो रहा है जीवन में, भैया मेरे पैसों का क्या हो रहा है, भैया मेरा देश कहां जा रहा है, कैसे ये संस्थानें, भाई अब चल रहा था 1949 में कुछ बना था, अंग्रेजों से कुछ हम लोग प्रभावित थे, वो सारे बिल गए, वो क्या नियम थे, वो क्या कानून थे, वो लद चुके हैं। अब लोग निकलना चाह रहे हैं, लोग एक 2021 में मोदी जी के साथ विश्व को देख रहे हैं, विश्व के सबसे बड़े नेता बने हमारे प्रधानमंत्री, भारत पर पूरे विश्व की नजर है, भारत ग्रो कर रहा है, भारत ही एक ऐसा देश है जो अब ग्रोथ की तरफ है और पूरे वर्ल्ड की निगाहें हैं, उसमें हमको उनका साथ देना चाहिए। चूंकि मैं सिनेमा इंडस्ट्री से जुड़ा रहा तो सीए के साथ और अकाउंटेंट्स के साथ, ये सीए एक ऐसी संस्थान है और चार्टेड अकाउंटेंट्स ऐसे रहे जिन्होंने मुझे पहली बार लॉ सिखाया, अध्यक्ष महोदय, कि नो यू हैव टू पे द टैक्स। जब मैं कुछ पैसे कमाने लगा तो मुझे बोला नहीं, यहां पे आपको भैया, मेरा चार्टेड अकाउंटेंट आया, उसने कहा कि, तो मुझे एहसास हुआ कि ये चार्टेड अकाउंटेंट कहीं सरकार का आदमी तो नहीं है, ये सरकार के लिए काम करता है, ये क्या है, ये व्यक्ति क्या है, ये संस्था क्या है, ये लोग कौन है, जो पूरा पैसा मेरी मेहनत का मैं कमाता हूं, वो मुझे उसने बताया कि ये जाएगा देश के लिए। ये आप जो पैसा सिनेमा की शूटिंग से कमाते हैं, जो आप टैक्स भरते हैं, वो, और मैं करीबन 30-35 साल से I'm a टैक्स पेयर, तो मैं जो कमाता था, मेरा सीए आता था हमको समझाता था कि ये पैसे ऐसे जाएंगे। तब मुझे पता कि नेशन बिल्डिंग में ये संस्था, चार्टेड अकाउंटेंट, दिस फर्म, दे आर सो स्ट्रांग, ये लोग इतने महत्वपूर्ण स्तंभ हैं इस देश के, इनको सिक्योर्ड करना, उनको पारदर्शिता में लाना, उनको प्रोटेक्ट करना, ये भारत सरकार का काम है और ये अब सोचा गया, ये मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा। मैं इस बिल का सपोर्ट करता हूं और इस संसाधनों के साथ, नहीं डेफिनेटली ये, भाई आप लोग समझ रहे हैं, भाई समझ रहे हैं आप लोग, नहीं बहुत हम एकदम सही बता रहे हैं, इसको एकदम सही तरीके से जा रहे हैं, आप लोग नहीं समझ पा रहे, आप लोग नहीं समझ पा क्या, नहीं आप लोग समझ नहीं पा रहे हो। देखो दिक्कत यह है कि उस कुर्सी पे चले जाने के बाद आधी बुद्धि बंद हो जाती है।
Please conclude.
वो
Thank you.
कुर्सी का दोष है।
Thank you, Shri Danish Ali.
तो अब ये देखिए कि ये देश कहां, और आप लोग भी गर्व करते हैं, आप लोग भी बड़ा महसूस करते हैं कि अब भारत कैसा हो गया। आप लोग विदेश भी जाएं। अभी हमको 1 तारीख को चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट अध्यक्ष महोदय क्षमा चाहते हैं, बस मैं आई एम फिनिशिंग नाउ, बट मैं आई जस्ट वांट टू से कि संस्थानों को प्रोफेशनल विरुद्ध इनके साथ जो भी निर्णय में मदद मिलेगी, देश की आर्थिक प्रगति के लिए कानून में परिवर्तन आवश्यक होता है। लेखापाल अधिनियम 1980 के लिए सरकार द्वारा महत्वपूर्ण है। आज के परिवेश में जवाबदेही, पारदर्शिता को हर विभाग में केंद्र में लाया जाए, ये देश की सख्त जरूरत है। यही यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी चाहते हैं। बस आई फिनिश नाउ, फिनिश। प्रस्तावित संसाधनों के इन संस्थानों को पारदर्शिता, जवाबदेही सुनिश्चित होगी। बस मैं ये चाहता हूं, ट्रांसपेरेंसी बहुत जरूरी है अध्यक्ष महोदय, इस देश को स्ट्रांग करने के लिए सत्य हमेशा सामने रहे। धन्यवाद।
श्री धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय, आपने मुझे द चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट, द कॉस्ट एंड वर्क्स अकाउंटेंट एंड द कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज अमेंडमेंट बिल
Be brief, you are having only 3 minutes.
21 पर बोलने का मौका दिया। सभापति महोदय, ये सरकार झूठ जो है बड़े कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ बोलती है, और मुझे ताज्जुब है इस बात का। एक तरफ तो सरकार जो है जितनी सरकारी कंपनियां थी, जो पीएसयूज हैं थी, उनका निजीकरण करने में लगी है, और दूसरी तरफ जितनी स्वायत्त संस्थाएं हैं, जितनी ऑटोनोमस बॉडीज हैं, जो प्रोफेशनल्स की ऑटोनोमस बॉडीज हैं, उनका सरकारीकरण करने में लगी है। ये कंट्रडिक्शन जो है इस सरकार का, ये इतना भयंकर है, ये देश को कहां ले जाएगा। सभापति महोदय, 1949 की ये संस्था जो चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स की है, सर उसका सरकारीकरण करने में लगे हैं। हर चीज में आपको सरकारीकरण करना है। मुझे ताज्जुब होता है, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने यही कहा था कि इस देश में बाबू जो है रेड टेपिज्म को खत्म करना है, सब कुछ बाबू तय करते हैं। यहां क्या कर रहे हो? जो ऑटोनॉमस बॉडी है, जो खुद की ऑटोनॉमस बॉडी, वो लोग अपना इतना अच्छी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन उसको खत्म करके आप बाबुओं को वहां बिठा रहे हो। वो बात अलग है कि आज इनका भी कल उत्तर प्रदेश में मंत्रिमंडल बना, परसों वहां भी बाबुओं को जो है वक्त आने वाला है कि आप पॉलिटिकल लोग मंत्री नहीं बनोगे, आप मंत्री नहीं बनोगे, बाबू भी आएंगे और बाबू ही मंत्री बनेंगे। सभापति महोदय, मैं आपके माध्यम से सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहता हूं, देखिए इस सरकार ने क्या किया है, हर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन पे अपना कब्जा करना चाहती है, डायरेक्टली या इनडायरेक्टली। भाई इतनी अच्छी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन चल रही है, आप आज चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स को आप कंट्रोल कर रहे हो, कल आप कहोगे कि साहब बार काउंसिल को भी कंट्रोल करना है, परसों आपको बाकी तो कोई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन आपने छोड़ी नहीं है। जितनी इंडिपेंडेंट बॉडीज थी सबको ध्वस्त करने का काम आपने कर दिया है। साहब ये बड़ी मुश्किल से, बड़ी मेहनत से इन प्रोफेशनल्स ने इस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को खड़ा किया, उसको आप कंट्रोल करने की कोशिश मत कीजिए। मैं आपके माध्यम से सभापति महोदय, देखिए 3.5 लाख जो हैं चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स हैं, और जो ये टेस्ट होता है सभापति महोदय, उस पर आज तक सरकार के तो कितने पेपर्स लीक होते हैं जो सरकार एग्जामिनेशन कंडक्ट कराती है, लेकिन चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स के टेस्ट का आज तक कोई आप नहीं कह सकते कोई पेपर लीक हुआ हो या कहीं कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज हुआ हो। ऐसी ऑटोनोमस बॉडी को आप जो है कंट्रोल कराना चाहते हैं। आप उनको अभी सत्ता पक्ष के एक वरिष्ठ सांसद, मैं बहुत रिस्पेक्ट करता हूं मुझे, वो बोल रहे थे कि साहब खुद आप तय करेंगे, खुद ही खेलेंगे, खुद ही खिलाड़ी होंगे और खुद ही एम्पायर होंगे। साहब सरकार में क्या होता है? क्या सरकारी बाबू अगर किसी के खिलाफ शिकायत आती है तो क्या सेक्रेटरी अपने जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी या डायरेक्टर के खिलाफ इंक्वायरी नहीं करता? क्या वहां पर उसको पनिशमेंट नहीं मिलता? अरे ये कहां का तर्क है आपका कि वो ऑटोनोमस बॉडी है तो वो अपनी डिसिप्लिनरी कमेटी नहीं बना सकती, जबकि सरकार के अंदर तो जो सीनियर ऑफिसर होता है वही जूनियर ऑफिसर खिलाफ कार्रवाई करता है। ये कंट्राडिक्शन है।
One more. Honorable members, one more member left out. Adhir Ranjan has to speak. Thereafter, the House may be adjourned. If the sense, I want to No, the sense of the House, let it be extended for 10 minutes.
Sir,
Till
I'm just concluding. ये कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट की बात करते हैं.
Please conclude.
कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट की बात करते हैं सर. ये कहाँ, मतलब क्या सरकार में ये कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट नहीं है? सर, मैं आपके माध्यम से इतना ही कहना चाहता हूँ, मेडिकल कमीशन बिल आया था, हमने भी सपोर्ट किया था कि शायद कुछ अच्छा होगा, लेकिन हम देख रहे हैं अब कि सब कुछ सरकार के कंट्रोल में आ गया. मैं आपके माध्यम से इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं कि सरकार ऐसी ऑटोनोमस बॉडीज में इंट्रूजन ना करे, उनकी स्वायत्ता के साथ कॉम्प्रोमाइज ना करे. जो स्वायत्त बॉडी है, जो ऑटोनोमस बॉडी है, उनको ऑटोनॉमी उनकी ग्रांट होनी चाहिए. मैं इस बिल का विरोध करता हूं इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
श्री अधीर रंजन चौधरी. No cross-talks, please. No cross-talks.
Sir, I rise to make a short intervention into the legislative document, which is absolutely a voluminous document consisting of 106 clauses under the nomenclature of the Chartered Accountants, the Cost and Work Accountants, and the Company Secretaries Amendment Bill 2021. Sir, I know that there is a paucity of time, so I shall be very much brief on my deliberation. Sir, एक चीज तो मुझे ये लगता है कि we are getting wise after the event. That means एक के बाद एक फ्रॉड स्टार जब देश को लूट के भाग रहे हैं, तो हम उसके पीछे पीछे भी दौड़ रहे हैं. आज आप खुद देखो कि कैरिबियन सी के बगल में बैठ के हमारे नीरव मोदी साहब हिंदुस्तान की सारे पैसा लूट करके मस्ती मना रहे हैं, और वो सब हम फेसबुक पे देख रहे हैं. ये मोदी नहीं, नीरव मोदी. ये मोदी नहीं. हो सकता कोई ताल्लुकात हो भी हो, लेकिन ये अलग मोदी है, ये अलग मोदी. कोई ताल्लुकात ये नहीं, मुझे पता नहीं. तो कैरिबियन सी के किनारे बैठते हुए एक मोदी मस्ती मार रहे हैं, और हमारे यहाँ दूसरे मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम कानून बना रहे हैं. मतलब यही कहना मेरा कि वी आर गेटिंग वाइज आफ्टर द इवेंट. Sir, according to the Companies Act 2013, every company has to appoint a chartered accountant or CA in order to audit his accounts. In case of certain companies, the central government can direct conduct of cost audits by cost accountants. The Companies Act 2013 also requires certain classes of companies to appoint a company secretary to ensure compliance with provision of this Act. This is the background of this Act. In India, CA, CWA and CS are regulated according to the provision of the Chartered Accountants Act 1949, the Cost and Works Accountant Act 1959, and the Company Secretary Act 1980 respectively. The three acts provide for setting up of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, and the Institute of Company Secretaries of India. The affairs of the institutes are managed by the respective council. Sir, in recent years, India has seen several frauds and scandals. In the backdrop of a major fraud that took place during the NDA regime, Punjab National Bank in 2018, the central government set up the National Financial Reporting Authority. Under the Companies Act 2013, the NFRA is empowered to investigate matters of professional or other misconduct by chartered accountants or firms of chartered accountants. This was a move away from self-regulation of the profession of the chartered accountancy as was followed so far. Sir, I will focus on 5 issues. I will focus simply on 5 issues in regard to this legislative document. Number 1, while the bill reduces the role of the 3 professional institutes with respect to representation on the Board of Discipline and the Disciplinary Committee, it continues to rely on the councils for nominating the external members. Note that under the current framework, the external members on the disciplinary committee of the three professions are nominated by the central government independently. Under the CA Act, the central government independently nominates one member on the board of discipline. It is unclear. I would also flag the attention of this government and the concerned ministry that it is unclear how the conflict of interest between the disciplinary and administrative function will be addressed if the council continue to be involved in recommending who could be on such disciplinary entities. Number one. Number two, sir, the bill provides for setting up a coordination committee chaired by the Secretary of the Ministry of Corporate Affairs to coordinate functions of the three institutes and align cross-disciplinary regulatory mechanism for interprofessional development. The function proposed for the coordination committee may overlap with the current mandate of the three institutes and the council. For instance, the coordination committee will ensure quality improvement in academics, research, and all related work of the institute. It will also focus on coordination and collaboration among the profession. These activities are currently undertaken by the respective council and institutes. As the three institutes also have committees for coordinating among themselves, it is still unclear as to why there is a need to set up another coordination council. So it is simply an overlapping legislative document whereby government is going to set up another coordination council as proposed under the bill. Further, the proposed coordination committee will be chaired by the Secretary of the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. This provision may certainly impinge on the independence of the three institutes. Sir, the bill seems to be turning the position of president in the three councils into a non-executive role. The secretaries of the respective councils are being designated as chief executive officer. However, the bill holds the respective presidents responsible for implementing the decisions taken by the council. It is unclear how the president will ensure that the decisions taken by the council are implemented when, at the same time, the secretary is proposed to carry out the administrative function of the institute as its chief executive officer. The bill seems to be separating the responsibility of the governance and execution by prescribing separate roles for the president and the secretary of the council. By holding the president responsible for implementing decision, which is an executive role, may be against the framework of separation of powers as proposed in the bill. So there is a gap between the CAP. It is quietly and evidently it is manifested in this bill. There is a serious leap between the CAP and the LEAP. Government is trying to hoodwink the people that yes, they are trying to take some proactive measures in order to stem the rot insofar as fraud and other issues are concerned. But in actuality, there is a serious flaws in the legislative document. Sir, last but not the least, the bill provides for disclosure of pending complaint or actionable information against members of the institutes and firms registered with them. For the three professions, the Board of Discipline or the Disciplinary Committee decide whether a member is guilty of an alleged misconduct. Publishing details of members or firms found guilty and imposition of any penalty may be useful information for prospective and current clients. However, recording details of actionable information or pending complaint in the register of members and register of firms before they are found guilty may adversely impact the reputation. That means chartered accountant may be called cheated accountant. So certainly we have to be very much cautious and treat the path very cautiously so as to dispel any kind of misapprehension. Sir, regulators of other professions such as doctors publish details only of those blacklisted or suspended from practice. According to National Medical Commission Act 2019, the Ethics and Medical Legislation Board and state medical councils are required to maintain the national register and state register respectively. These registers contain details such as the name, address and all recognized qualifications of licensed medical practitioner. While the Indian Medical Register contains details of doctors who have been blacklisted along with dates of suspension and revocation of suspension, it does not contain details of complaints against doctors. So, sir, again I am reiterating that this bill may be appeared as progressive, but in actuality, but in practice, it is nothing but a retrogressive step, only to hoodwink the common people of our country. Sir, सीए की जरूरत है, ये सब मानते हैं कि सीए की जरूरत है हमारे देश में. सीए की जरूरत है, स्टैंडिंग कमेटी भी माना, मल्टीपल अथॉरिटी की जरूरत है, ये भी स्टैंडिंग कमेटी माना. ये स्टैंडिंग कमेटी की भी बात नहीं सुनते. इसलिए सर, finding no alternative, I have to oppose the legislative document, and with this word, I am concluding my speech. Thank you, sir.
सभा की कार्रवाई बुधवार 30 मार्च 2022 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है.
Those in favor, please say aye. जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, I think the ayes have it. हवालों के पक्ष में ayes have it. The bill is passed.
Nature and You, the Environment Series, aim is to awake and aware people to protect our environment, be it climate or wildlife crisis, depletion of ocean resources, waste management issues. Only on Sunset TV.
I appeal to all of you.
मामले में महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दा उठाइए.
मैं आपकी अनुमति से.
कोई सरकार इस पे विचार कर रही है.
What is important for all of us to realize is.
What I want to ask the honourable minister.
What specific intervention are you doing?
Politics कर देश में भेद खड़ा नहीं करना चाहिए.
सरकार इसके लिए निरंतर प्रयास कर रही है.
A report of the Department of Parliament Standing Committee.
प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक पारित किया जाए.
हमारे मंत्रालय ने
6 साल में
आम जनता तक पहुंचाने की व्यवस्था है.
Itihasa specifically is used for the Mahabharata. Bori has a fantastic manuscript collection. There is a manuscript here that is more than 1,000 years old. We will learn about the Mahabharata project. We will learn about critical edition of the Mahabharata.
क्रिटिकल एडिशन ये एक बहुत अनोखी चीज है। जब महाभारत पे कोई अनुसंधान करे, रिसर्च करे, ऐसा लोग समझ रहे थे, तो पहला ये एक सवाल था कि ये टेक्स्ट कहाँ है। सो पीपल स्टार्टेड लुकिंग फॉर वेयर इज द मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट। कि जब महाभारत का क्रिटिकल एडिशन बनाना था तो इतने मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट्स आ जाते थे।
महाभारत क्रिटिकल एडिशन का जो भी पाठ है, जिसे चिकित्सित पाठ कहते हैं, वो पाठ इस कश्मीरी वर्जन से, यानी वो शारदा पांडुलिपि से बहुत ही ज्यादा मेल खाता है।
इतिहास में इस बार देखिए डॉक्टर विवेक देबरॉय के साथ महाभारत का इतिहास, गुरुवार रात 9:30 बजे सिर्फ संसद टीवी पर।
What is India's perspective on global issues? How is India navigating its bilateral and multilateral relations? How do we decode foreign policy? And what is the impact India is having on the world? For an in-depth analysis of international affairs, watch Diplomatic Dispatch with me, Vikas Swaroop, only on Sansad TV.
पचहत्तर बरस 75 मुकाम में आज बात IIT खड़गपुर की। देश में IITs की जड़ें 1946 में गठित NR सरकार समिति में देखी जा सकती है, जिसने दूसरे विश्व युद्ध के बाद भारत के औद्योगिक विकास के लिए उच्च तकनीकी संस्थानों की स्थापना पर विचार किया था। इन संस्थानों की परिकल्पना अमेरिका के मैसाचुसेट्स इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी की तर्ज पर की गई थी। समिति की सिफारिशों के मद्देनजर पहले भारतीय प्रौद्योगिकी संस्थान का जन्म मई 1950 में हिजली खड़गपुर में हुआ था। हिजली स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन के दौरान डिटेंशन कैंप हुआ करता था। 18 अगस्त 1951 को संस्थान को इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी का नाम दिया गया। यह संभवतः दुनिया का पहला ऐसा शैक्षणिक संस्थान था जिसने एक जेल घर से जीवन शुरू किया। यहाँ अगस्त 1951 में शुरू हुए पहले सत्र में 224 फ्रेशर और 42 शिक्षक थे। 15 सितंबर 1956 को भारतीय संसद ने IIT खड़गपुर को राष्ट्रीय महत्व का संस्थान घोषित कर एक स्वायत्ता प्राप्त विश्वविद्यालय का दर्जा भी दिया। तो 1950 में एक मामूली शुरुआत से आज IIT खड़गपुर लगभग 18 शैक्षणिक विभागों और 5 सेंटर्स ऑफ एक्सीलेंस के साथ देश की विकास धारा को पोषित कर रहा है। सौ एकड़ में फैले इस हरे भरे परिसर में आज 15,000 से अधिक रेजिडेंट्स हैं, जिनमें लगभग 550 फैकल्टी, 1700 कर्मचारी और 9,000 छात्र हैं। और आज 75 बरस बाद देश में 23 IITs हैं जो गुणवत्ता का पर्याय बन चुकी हैं और जो 5G, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, ब्लॉकचेन टेक्नोलॉजी, बिग डेटा एनालिसिस, मशीन लर्निंग और रियलिटी जैसे उन्नत तकनीकों के विकास के साथ साथ नवाचार के माध्यम से 21वीं सदी के भारत का निर्माण कर रही हैं। IITs को प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की तरफ से एक नया नाम मिला है, इंडियाज इंस्ट्रूमेंट ऑफ ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन, जिन्हें दुनिया आज यूनिकॉर्न नर्सरी के स्टार्टअप के रूप में जान रही है और जिनके मेधावी छात्र तमसो मां ज्योतिर्गमय के दर्शन को आत्मसात कर देश दुनिया को आलोकित कर रहे हैं।
संसद के कामकाज का पूरा ब्यौरा
सर्वदलीय बैठक के अंदर भी
लोकसभा और राज्यसभा के एजेंडे पर विस्तार से नजर। संसदीय समितियों की रिपोर्ट्स, प्रश्नकाल के सवाल, विधेयकों के मायने, चर्चा के मुद्दे, सत्ता पक्ष और विपक्ष की रणनीति का हर अपडेट देखिए संसद में आप।
No force can stop the change whose time has come. An emerging global power in a fast-changing geopolitical environment. With a goal to modernize, to showcase our defenders who are always battle-ready. Watch our special presentations featuring India's defense forces and their capabilities in The Defenders, only on Sansad TV.
भारतीय स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन में बहुत से क्रांतिकारियों का योगदान है जिनका कभी जिक्र ठीक ढंग से नहीं किया गया। या तो हम गांधी जी या कांग्रेस से जुड़े नेताओं को जानते हैं या फिर अंग्रेजों के खिलाफ हथियार उठाने वाले कुछ क्रांतिकारियों को। इनके अलावा भी बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग थे जिन्होंने आजादी के लिए बड़े काम किए थे। मैडम भिकाजी रुस्तम कामा, जो विदेश में भारत का झंडा फहराने वाली पहली महिला के रूप में जानी जाती हैं, लेकिन देश के लिए इनका योगदान इससे कहीं ज्यादा रहा था। भिकाजी कामा का जन्म मुंबई के संपन्न पारसी परिवार में 24 सितंबर 1861 को हुआ था। कई भाषाओं में पारंगत भिकाजी का विवाह रुस्तम कामा के साथ हुआ था। शादी के बाद भिकाजी ने अपना ज्यादातर समय समाज सेवा और जन कल्याण की गतिविधियों में बिताया। 1896 में बंबई प्रेसिडेंसी में आए अकाल और उसके बाद फैले प्लेग के दौरान भिकाजी ने लोगों की बहुत सहायता की थी और खुद भी प्लेग से ग्रसित हो गई थी। इलाज के लिए इन्हें 1902 में ब्रिटेन भेज दिया गया था। लंदन में ये श्यामजी कृष्ण वर्मा और फिर दादा भाई नौरोजी के संपर्क में आई। उसके बाद मैडम कामा होम रूल सोसाइटी की सहयोगी बन गईं। लंदन में इनसे अंग्रेज सरकार ने वापसी की एक शर्त रखी कि भारत लौटकर ये राष्ट्रवादी गतिविधियों में भाग नहीं लेंगी, लेकिन मैडम कामा ने इसके लिए मना कर दिया। 1904 में ये पेरिस चली गईं, जहां इन्होंने पेरिस इंडिया सोसाइटी की स्थापना की। इसके बाद इन्होंने यूरोप में कई क्रांतिकारी लेखों को प्रचारित किया, जिसमें वंदे मातरम की भी शामिल था। बताया जाता है कि इनके लेख भारत में तस्करी के जरिए पौंडीचेरी तक पहुंचते थे। भिकाजी कामा को जर्मनी में हुई दूसरी इंटरनेशनल सोशलिस्ट कांग्रेस में आमंत्रित किया गया। कहा जाता है कि इंटरनेशनल सोशलिस्ट कांग्रेस में हिस्सा लेने वाले सभी देशों का झंडा लगा हुआ था। भारत के लिए ब्रिटिश झंडा लगाया गया था। मैडम भिकाजी कामा को ये मंजूर नहीं था। इन्होंने एक नया झंडा बनाया और सभा में फहराया। ये पहली भारतीय महिला थीं जिन्होंने विदेशी सरजमी पर सबसे पहले भारत का झंडा फहराया था। मैडम कामा का फहराया झंडा भारत के वर्तमान झंडे से बहुत अलग था। इसमें हरे, पीले और लाल रंग की 3 पट्टियां थीं। सबसे ऊपर हरा रंग था जिस पर 8 कमल के फूल बने हुए थे। ये 8 फूल उस वक्त भारत के 8 प्रांतों को दर्शाते थे। बीच में पीले रंग की पट्टी थी, उस पर वंदे मातरम लिखा हुआ था। इसके बाद मैडम कामा ने बहुत सी यात्राएं की, जिसमें अमेरिका और मिस्र की यात्रा प्रमुख थी, लेकिन इनकी गतिविधियों का मुख्य केंद्र पेरिस ही रहा। प्रथम विश्व युद्ध के समय ब्रिटेन और फ्रांस एक हो गए, लेकिन फिर भी फ्रांस ने ब्रिटेन को कामा का प्रत्यर्पण नहीं किया। युद्ध के दौरान इन्हें अपना घर छोड़ना पड़ा, लेकिन युद्ध के बाद ये पेरिस में अपने घर वापस लौट आईं। इस बीच ये काफी बीमार रहने लगी थीं। इस कारण इन्होंने अंग्रेज सरकार से समझौता किया और भारत लौटने की शर्तों को मान लिया। इसके बाद ये नवंबर 1935 में बंबई आई और उसके 9 महीने बाद 74 बरस की उम्र में इन्होंने पारसी जनरल हॉस्पिटल में 13 अगस्त 1936 को अपने जीवन की अंतिम सांसें ली।
आज हम पहुंचे हैं राजस्थान के दौसा जिले के छारेड़ा ग्राम पंचायत में। यहां की महिला सरपंच पूजा मीना ने पूरे गांव की महिलाओं को आर्थिक विकास की मुख्य धारा में शामिल किया है।
मैंने 3 काम किए हैं, शिक्षा, पानी और स्वास्थ्य। ये 3 मेरे मूल उद्देश्य हैं।
यहाँ अगर हम देखें तो लड़कियों की संख्या पहले बहुत कम थी, लेकिन अगर आज की बात करें तो यहाँ जितनी स्ट्रेंथ है उसका 70% बालिकाएं हैं।
75% एरिया में डार्क जोन है, तो हमारी योजना थी हर घर को पानी निःशुल्क उपलब्ध कराएंगे मई जून तक, जिसका काम जोर शोर से चल रहा है।
देखिए लोकतंत्र मेरी ताकत, मंगलवार शाम 7:30 बजे सिर्फ संसद टीवी पर।
मामले पे महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दा उठाइए।
मैं आपकी अनुमति से
कोई सरकार इस पे विचार कर रही है।
What is important for all of us to realize is what I want to ask the honorable minister.
What specific intervention are you doing?
पॉलिटिक्स कर देश में भेद खड़ा नहीं करना चाहिए।
सरकार इसके लिए निरंतर प्रयास कर रही है। रिपोर्ट ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट एंड पार्लियामेंट स्टैंडिंग कमेटी स्पष्ट है कि विधेयक पारित किया जाए।
हमारे मंत्रालय ने
6 साल में
आम जनता तक पहुंचाने की व्यवस्था है।
Namaskar and welcome to Diplomatic Dispatch. I'm your host, Vikas Swaroop. This is our 25th episode, and to mark this special milestone, we will be discussing a very special relationship. Last weekend, the Prime Minister of Japan, His Excellency Fumio Kishida, was in New Delhi to hold the 14th annual summit with Prime Minister Modi. And it provides us the perfect opportunity to take an in-depth look at India's special relationship with Japan. The friendship between India and Japan has a long history, underpinned by spiritual affinity, strong cultural and civilizational ties, and shared values. India's earliest documented contact with Japan took place in the 6th century AD and the arrival of Buddhism into Japan. At the invitation of Emperor Shomu, an Indian monk, Bodhisena, performed the eye-opening ceremony of the great Buddha in Todaiji Temple in Nara in 752 AD. That set in motion a great cultural interaction between India and Japan that has lasted till today. In the post-independence period, iron ore from India helped Japan's recovery from the Second World War. And Japan started providing yen loans to India as early as 1958. Prime Minister Yoshiro Mori's visit to India in August 2000 provided the momentum to strengthen the Japan-India relationship. He and Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee established a global partnership between India and Japan. During Prime Minister Modi's visit to Japan in 2014, the relationship was upgraded to a special strategic and global partnership. Japan is one of the few countries with which India has a system of annual summits starting from 2005. Today, as the two countries celebrate the 70th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations, India-Japan ties are at their peak. India believes that strong relations with Japan are key to stability in the Indo-Pacific region. Both countries are part of the Quad grouping, along with the United States and Australia, which seeks a region free, open, resilient, and inclusive. There are also various frameworks of security and defense dialogue between Japan and India, including the 2+2 Foreign and Defense Ministerial meeting, which was held for the first time in November 2019. Since 2015, Japan has become a permanent member in the annual Malabar naval exercise that India holds with the United States. Thanks to the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, which came into effect in 2011, bilateral trade is expanding rapidly and crossed $18 billion in 2019. There are almost 1,500 Japanese companies in India, and 11 Japan industrial townships have been established. Japanese investment in India has crossed $36 billion and is deployed in sectors such as automobiles, electrical equipment, telecommunications, chemicals, insurance, and pharma. India is the largest recipient of Japanese overseas development assistance, receiving over $26 billion between 2010 to 2020. Japan has been supporting infrastructure development in India, including the Delhi Metro, the dedicated freight and industrial corridors, smart cities missions in Varanasi, Ahmedabad, and Chennai, and the 508-kilometer-long high-speed rail project between Mumbai and Ahmedabad, which is being financed with a 50-year loan from the Japan International Cooperation Agency. So the visit of Prime Minister Kishida came against the backdrop of all-round development of India-Japan ties. It also marked a number of firsts. It was the first summit between India and Japan after a gap of 3.5 years caused by the pandemic. It was Prime Minister Kishida's first overseas bilateral visit since being sworn in as Prime Minister in October last year. And for India, this was the first incoming visit at the level of head of state or government this year. During the visit, Prime Minister Kishida and Prime Minister Modi held wide-ranging talks covering all areas of the India-Japan partnership, from economy to security cooperation. Prime Minister Kishida announced that Japan will invest $42 billion in India over the next 5 years. The two countries signed 3 agreements on cooperation in cybersecurity, sustainable urban development, and wastewater management. To discuss the summit in greater detail, I have with me 2 distinguished experts. Ambassador Deepa Gopalan Vadhva has been a career diplomat. She was the first Indian woman to be appointed ambassador to the Gulf state of Qatar and later Japan. She has also been India's ambassador to Sweden, Latvia, and Republic of Marshall Islands. Dr. Shabni Roy Chaudhary is professor in Japanese studies in the Center for East Asian Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, with a specialization in Japan-India economic relations and Japanese economy and management. Let me start with you, Ambassador Vadhva. The India-Japan partnership is described as a special strategic and global partnership. So what is so special about this partnership, and why is it so strategic?
Very good question. So when did we add the special to the strategic and global partnership? You know, it started as a global partnership, and then we added strategic and then special. The special was added really in 2014 when Prime Minister Modi visited Japan for the first time as Prime Minister. And even before he went, he had said that his first bilateral visit outside South Asia would be to Japan. That itself shows why Japan was so special. Because I think in this century, it certainly is a relationship which has made a qualitative difference in the way both of our countries look not only at our bilateral relationship, but regional and global affairs. And, you know, we have established in these last 20 years or so a huge superstructure, may I say, of dialogues with this annual summit at the apex, and which we've just had. We've had both our prime ministers meet, and then a very, very multi-layered cascade of meetings at the ministerial level and the official level. So I don't think there is really any such other relationship that we have perhaps with the US, but the fact that it developed so fast, the range of issues that are covered, the depth to which we go, the ever-widening relationship makes it very special. And why strategic? And strategic, I think, because we've realized that beyond the bilateral, that we have converging interests, both regional and in the global area, where both of us have common values. I think we look at the world, a lot of issues in the same way. For example, expansion of the UN Security Council. There are many issues where we're together. And importantly, I think Japan and India do want to play a greater role in both regional and global affairs. And therefore, it makes the relationship strategic.
Professor Roy Chaudhary, how do you evaluate Prime Minister Kishida's visit? And in what ways did it break new ground?
Kishida is not a new person to this whole activity. He's been the foreign minister, and at that point of time, India-Japan has inked the India-Japan Vision 2025. His visit out here, if you look at it, as Deepa Vadva said, that it was a global partnership followed by strategic and special. I think in each quantus, he has given us, this particular visit of his has given us new directions. As far as specialness goes, the amount of areas that has been covered in this particular summit, especially with respect to urban development, with respect to sustainable development, the Northeast, I think there's a huge amount of areas that we've covered. In the strategic component, I think both the leaders have discussed almost all the global issues that is confronting them and looking at how to secure the Indo-Pacific, both with respect to development agenda as well as with respect to strategic agenda. So if you look at it, in one way, it has been an extension of what has happened so far previously to this summit. I think there has been an extension, but there has been new frontiers that has been discussed. Sustainable development, cyber security, outer space, I think these three areas would be the new defining areas with respect to development agenda between both the parties.
Ambassador Vadva, Prime Minister Kishida's visit took place against the backdrop of the escalating war in Ukraine. Japan has announced comprehensive financial sanctions to isolate Russia, including export controls on semiconductors and other high-tech products. India is the only member among the Quad countries which has not imposed any sanctions on Russia and has refrained from taking sides in the conflict. Would you say that the two countries agreed to disagree on Ukraine, or do you detect some convergence even on this issue?
I think we saw a lot of articles in the press before Prime Minister Kishida's visit that he would be coming to speak about Ukraine. I think it got more hype than it really required. Because, of course, when you're talking about global issues, this would be top of the agenda. And there's been a great churn in global affairs because of what has happened. So very naturally, we would expect both countries to discuss it from their own perspectives. But, there is a maturity in our relationship now. I think we are willing to hear each other. We don't have to agree on everything, and there are nuanced differences. However, I think what has come out in the joint statement between the two countries is very interesting, because it talks about both the countries expressing serious concerns. It talks about the conflict, doesn't talk about war or invasion. It talks about the humanitarian crisis and that both countries want to do something about it. It talks about our concerns about the nuclear facilities and the importance of the IAEA. And then at the end of it, of course, the joint statement says that we would like them both to end the violence and then come to the table, and dialogue, diplomacy is the way forward. And I think this really in many ways reflects the maturity of the relationship. I'm sure we put before each other, the way we were looking at it, both countries were, and you're quite right. I mean, Japan has had a long and close relationship with Russia, which it has put on really at stakes in the context of this conflict. They have had issues because of those 4 islands. They wanted to sign a peace treaty. Prime Minister Abe and President Putin, were meeting regularly at summit meetings. And I think all that has gone back, and there was an energy relationship between them. So they put all that, they've staked all of that, because I think perhaps as a part of the Western alliance, they feel very strongly about it. And also of late, they've been concerned about the growing closeness between Russia and China. And, they've had joint exercises now, in the immediate region of Japan, in the straits between the islands. So there are concerns. And therefore, they've come up with the whole panoply of sanctions against individuals, against entities, called their companies out, much more than we saw maybe in the case of Crimea, where there were also some sanctions. But I think as far as the two of us are concerned, and you also talked about the Quad, I think in the Quad, we know the position of the other three countries. Maybe you do require a country like India in the Quad that is acceptable to both sides of the conflict. And maybe there's a special role for us there.
Interesting. Now turning to the economic side, Professor Roy Chaudhary, economic relations between India and Japan have vast potential for growth given the complementarities that exist between the two Asian economies. What are the new areas of economic engagement between India and Japan?
When India and Japan moved into the global partnership, I think all of us actually focused on the economic aspect rather than none of us actually had little feeling that we will go into security cooperation. In the economic agenda, if you looked at it, the strength was basically we had huge human resource, they had capital, we had a large amount of low-skilled labor, and therefore advantage to us if Japan were to come in with their investments. We started off well, manufacturing sector, automobile sector took off, but somehow, you know, the equation between both the nations at the ground level of private investments have been not as good as what we would have expected when we began, especially after inking the CEPA. The new directions in which this particular relationship with economic cooperation is going is what is interesting is we are now heading for areas where India probably has an edge over Japan, especially in technological digitalization as well as with cyber security. You know, India and Japan are going to be engaging, and we already have few working groups that are working, including into one area that is new and not much talked about is the blue economy, in which India and Japan are planning to work closely because it has an opportunity to go into the third nation within the Indo-Pacific littoral states, and which is what I think one of the agenda of the Quad, that they would like to engage more in the developmental projects in the Indo-Pacific region with smaller countries such that they can engage them better and keep the space free, open and inclusive. So this is...
Flowing from there, you mentioned the Northeast. A decision was taken at the 2017 summit to establish the India-Japan Act East Forum to coordinate developmental projects in India's Northeast. Why did we choose Japan as the development partner for the Northeast, and how has this forum progressed over the last 5 years?
Northeast major reason is basically the connectivity that it provides to the politically significant ASEAN and the Indo-Pacific, and that is why it was mapped in as an area where we need to engage ourselves. Of course, rising China has its own reasoning also behind it. Japan, because I think we are most comfortable with this country as we engage themselves and deepened our relationship. What we require is infrastructure. The region itself has pretty similar geographical geographical similarities with that of Japan. It has hills, it has this terrain which is much more easily understandable and Japan, since it is into the sustainable development goals which it follows from the United Nations and has few states which have taken over this. So there is I think a larger role that Japan feels it can play, and we are much more happier engaging with them. Right now, the current summit-level joint statement has come up with industrial competitiveness agreement, as well as focus on Northeast connectivity, infrastructure, healthcare, and also with respect to horticulture and forestation. So I think these are areas which are apolitical and would have a larger significance to this region, which is trying to integrate itself and become a region of economic growth.
And are we already seeing some impact on the ground?
Yes, there has been, especially with respect to infrastructure. There has been 2 road connectivity which has progressed well. There's a long bridge that is going to be between Dubri area and Ofisam, and that is also on the way. It is engaging itself. And of course, there is a lot of thing with commerce and culture that has been talked about. Bangladesh and our neighboring region from there is also developing through JICA's ODA programs, and it is expected that these 2 areas will link up well to become a progressively economically engaged area of operations.
Ambassador Wadhwa, it is said that China's growing assertiveness in the Indian Ocean as well as the South and East China Sea is bringing India and Japan closer. Would you agree?
You know, when I talked of the reset relations in 2000, I think one of the reasons certainly was, certainly for Japan, was the growing assertiveness, both militarily and economically, of China. And, therefore, they were looking at a partner in Asia with whom they shared values of democracy and so on. But beyond that, if you look at these two oceans, I mean, which are really, it's an organic continuum, if you look at it, which we now call the Indo-Pacific, the fact is that both of our countries, Japan as a set of islands and we peninsula, are dependent very much on the waterways for our trade. So for India, it's about 97% of our trade, and for Japan, perhaps all of it. And not only that, because if you look at this expanse of water that we're talking about, from the Indian Ocean, so you start from the Mozambique Channel and of course the Persian Gulf, all the way up to Japan and beyond, of course, Western Australia, you're looking at an area which is also dominated by the energy security of the countries because of the energy supplies that flow through it. And both India and Japan, as energy deficient countries, are very dependent on these energy supplies. Therefore, this whole region, the security of the region, the security of the SLOCs, the sea lanes of communication, the importance of just navigation, freedom of navigation is also important in this region. And therefore, certainly, this is what has brought us together. But beyond that also, there are other reasons. If you look at ASEAN centrality, both Japan and India, we have a stake in the ASEAN, I mean, which is kind of forms a littoral of the South China Sea. I mean, you might think that India is away from the South China Sea, but we have very close relations with the ASEAN countries. And, we have exercises in that region. If you recall, we had an agreement with Vietnam to do some exploration for oil in that region, and we are now increasingly describing it as the global commons. And therefore, for us, the South China Sea is as important as as the Indian Ocean is for Japan. And we are certainly seeing, we all know this, that, it's not only the worry of the balance of power shifting, but I see the balance of military power. And we are seeing the Chinese Navy, actually, which has grown hugely in the last, decade and a half. Its presence, a very heavy presence in the Indian Ocean. And therefore, I think these are concerns that we share, and that certainly is one of the many factors that bring us together.
And what are Japan's main concerns vis-a-vis China as far as the territorial dispute is concerned?
This is, of course, the East China Sea and the islands in the, the disputed islands in the East China Sea. So this is another common factor that we have, that both India and Japan have territorial disputes still with China. And, China's threatening actions that we have experienced on our northern borders is just what Japan has been experiencing also in the East China Sea, with increased intrusions into their maritime space, and a very sort of threatening position taken by China. So besides that, there are many other issues also. If you look in the bilateral context, they do have a good economic relationship. But if you look at another threat that Japan faces, which is really North Korea. So, the missile the program of North Korea, which directly threatens Japan. It's completely, well within their range. And they do know that China has a lot of influence on what North Korea can do, and maybe some of the technology flows and so on. And therefore, these are the threats besides everything else, that Japan feels from China.
I think highlighting the North Korea angle was also very, very important. Professor Roy Chaudhary, Japan will be hosting the next Quad Leaders Summit in the coming months. What are Japan's expectations vis-a-vis the Quad?
Interestingly, Quad has always been through a lot of incredibility, like whether it came to the first Quad, then it came to the second Quad, and occurs happened, everyone questioned whether Quad will continue. Currently, again, it was questioned because India abstained from following the other three alliance group. But I think currently, in Japan's priority would be again to bring back Quad as a center stage with respect to India, Indo-Pacific region. It will try to create an atmosphere of collegiality out here, was also probably to move in those directions. As far as priority, I think again it will go back to the economics of it, resilient supply chain, which is a part of the Quad. It's also part of our bilateral concern. I would be another area that these 4 countries will try to figure out to create an alternative, which is a very important aspect within the domestically what Japan looks at. Japan's current Prime Minister has established a new ministry called the Economic Security Ministry, which in its 4 pillars that it has created has issues like supply chain, issues of partnership between private-public technical cooperation. So if you presume that technology is going to drive the next decade, and if you presume that technology is also going to be significantly attached to the national power of countries, I think the Quad nations would try to emerge as a consortium of technological power. And if that is the idea, I think that is another priority area that Japan would influence in this current Quad summit that we were going to engage ourselves in.
Vaccine development is another area where I think India and Japan are working together as part of the Quad.
Yeah, in part of the Quad, with respect to vaccine diplomacy, it has been said that the logistics of movement of vaccine from India would be handled by Australia. Japan would be essentially helping with the technological aspect as well as some capital. So also will USA. So this is basically, in a way, alternative to other kind of programs that is on in the world with respect to vaccine, reaching vaccine to larger people, larger countries and smaller countries. But what is the latest development is interesting, that they say there are enough vaccine now, but the countries are not demanding anymore because they have not been able to fulfill their requirement of vaccinating people in their countries. So I think the next bet is probably engaging by helping human resources to travel to these countries and helping with them to vaccinate their population. So,
Master Vadva, you also want to come in on Japan and the Quad?
Oh, well, yes, we've been working together, and I think the Quad, to begin with, I think the concept which came from Prime Minister Abe, which located and put 4 major democracies together. But from what was initiated at an official level and was kind of a talk shop, it's now really come into action and into tangibles. And I think there are about 7 or 8 areas which they have identified where we will work together under the Quad. I mean, there was the COVID vaccine development. There is, of course, critical technologies. There are several other areas where we plan to work together. There is connectivity. There is also funding of infrastructure in that part of the world. So you have an alternate to the BRI. So there are very many areas, about 7 or 8 areas we've agreed to work together. And I think these working groups seem to be making progress. And supply chain, the resilience initiative also. So I think, the Quad, if we do go along the path that we are, where we're really looking at tangible outcomes, I think it'll make a lot of difference.
I'm glad you mentioned Prime Minister Abe, because not only is he seen as the person who gave the first blueprint of the Quad, but he was also someone who really instilled a sense of dynamism in the India-Japan relationship. And, of course, he developed a very close friendship with Prime Minister Modi. Now, of course, we have Prime Minister Kishida. Do you see Prime Minister Kishida as continuing the legacy of Prime Minister Abe, or could he, in fact, even exceed it?
Well, what happens is success has many fathers, I always think. And I recall when I was in Japan, Prime Minister Modi continued to be a very active player, and he loved to say that he was the one who had transformed the relationship. And then you had Prime Minister Koizumi who had come in, and really the infrastructure projects had started in his time. But yes, we had a very special relationship with Prime Minister Abe. And this relationship, he claimed, went back to the stories his grandfather told him when the grandfather, who was Nobusuke Kishi, Prime Minister Kishi, came to India in 1958. And he had stories of India, and he said, I learnt of India in a very special place in his heart. And therefore you find the story, the speech about the confluence of the two seas, inclusion in what was the Indo-Pacific. You must remember before that, we were not part of what was called the Asia-Pacific construct. We were out of it. That ended with the ASEAN. So, making us very much part of the economic dynamism of Asia. And then, of course, the Quad. So Prime Minister Abe will really be remembered as somebody very special in our relationship, and there was special warmth. I must also say here that, while his relationship with Prime Minister Modi is much talked about, I was also there during his summit meetings with Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. And I think they also had shared a very good relationship. And I recall that they gave Prime Minister Manmohan Singh the highest civilian award that they could. My point of saying this is not to say that, that he was more fond of one than the other, but to say that there is bipartisan support in Japan, and irrespective of who the Prime Minister is there or here. I think there's a great depth, maturity in this relationship, and which will certainly, it will sustain and it will persist. Prime Minister Kishida is somebody that I knew as the foreign minister at that time. Very different personality in many ways. I think a much more quieter, more circumspect prime minister. But then you see him taking very decisive action in very many areas. So I think the fact that he came here on his first ever visit, you mentioned that at the beginning, it was to India. The fact that he made sure that the summit took place, I think we will see much of the same, which means that we will see certainly a deepening of the relationship under Prime Minister Kishida too.
With that, we have run out of time. So a very big thank you to both my panelists. As they have explained, guided by the strong political will on both sides, the India-Japan partnership has made significant progress in the last few years, and there is increasing convergence of our political, economic, and strategic interests. The 14th annual summit has sent out the clear message that despite the pandemic, a new leadership in Japan, and new global challenges, India's ties with Japan remain firmly on track. That is all I have for you in this edition of Diplomatic Dispatch. Till we meet again next week, good night and goodbye.
आज हम पहुंचे हैं राजस्थान के दौसा जिले के छारेड़ा ग्राम पंचायत में। यहां की महिला सरपंच पूजा मीना ने पूरे गांव की महिलाओं को आर्थिक विकास की मुख्य धारा में शामिल किया है।
मैंने 3 काम किए हैं, शिक्षा, पानी और स्वास्थ्य। ये 3 मेरे मूल उद्देश्य हैं।
यहाँ अगर हम देखें तो लड़कियों की संख्या पहले बहुत कम थी, लेकिन अगर आज की बात करें तो यहाँ जितनी स्ट्रेंथ है उसका 70% बालिकाएं हैं।
75% एरिया में डार्क जोन है, तो हमारी योजना थी हर घर को पानी निःशुल्क उपलब्ध कराएंगे मई जून तक, जिसका काम जोर शोर से चल रहा है।
देखिए लोकतंत्र मेरी ताकत, मंगलवार शाम 7:30 बजे सिर्फ संसद टीवी पर।
नमस्कार, स्वागत है आप सभी का मुद्दा आपका में। मैं हूं प्रीति सिंह। देश में इस साल से सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी में एडमिशन प्रक्रिया में बहुत बड़ा बदलाव किया जा रहा है। 2022-23 शैक्षणिक सत्र से यूनिवर्सिटी ग्रांट कमीशन यानी यूजीसी ने अंडर ग्रेजुएट कोर्स में दाखिला लेने की पुरानी व्यवस्था को बदल दिया है। अब देश के केंद्रीय विश्वविद्यालयों में ग्रेजुएशन में दाखिला लेने के लिए 12वीं बोर्ड में मिले अंकों को वरीयता नहीं दी जाएगी, लेकिन न्यूनतम अंकों की जरूरत पड़ेगी। यूजीसी ने अब विश्वविद्यालय संयुक्त प्रवेश परीक्षा की व्यवस्था की है। ये कॉमन टेस्ट होगा। 2022-23 शैक्षणिक सत्र से ही विश्वविद्यालय संयुक्त प्रवेश परीक्षा यानी CUET का आयोजन नेशनल टेस्टिंग एजेंसी करेगी, जिसमें प्राप्त अंकों के आधार पर छात्र देश के किसी भी केंद्रीय विश्वविद्यालय में दाखिला ले सकेंगे। इसमें 12वीं के नंबरों को वेटेज नहीं दिया जाएगा। 45 सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी के स्नातक पाठ्यक्रमों में एडमिशन के लिए आगामी सत्र से कॉमन यूनिवर्सिटी एंट्रेंस टेस्ट CUET अनिवार्य होने जा रहा है। यूजीसी की ओर से ये नियम 2022-23 के लिए अभी सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी में ही लागू होंगे और इसके बाद राज्य, प्राइवेट और डीम्ड यूनिवर्सिटी में भी ये लागू हो सकता है। नई शिक्षा नीति के तहत CUET की नीति को लागू किया जा रहा है। मुद्दा आपका में आज हम सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी में ग्रेजुएशन के दाखिले के लिए यूजीसी के नए नियमों, इसकी जरूरत, फायदे और नुकसान, इन तमाम पहलुओं पर चर्चा करेंगे। और इस पर बात करने के लिए मेरे साथ 3 खास मेहमान आज मुद्दा आपका में जुड़ रहे हैं। प्रोफेसर M जगदीश कुमार, चेयरमैन यूनिवर्सिटी ग्रांट कमीशन, बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका। साथ ही प्रोफेसर दिनेश प्रसाद सकलानी, डायरेक्टर नेशनल काउंसिल ऑफ एजुकेशनल रिसर्च एंड ट्रेनिंग यानी NCERT। साथ ही मेरे साथ कार्यक्रम में जुड़ रहे हैं प्रोफेसर बलविंदर शुक्ला, वाइस चांसलर MIT यूनिवर्सिटी नोएडा। आप तीनों मेहमानों का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया मेरे साथ इस चर्चा में जुड़ने के लिए। प्रोफेसर कुमार, पहला शुरुआत आपसे ही, और पहले जो बेसिक्स हैं उन्हें समझ लेते हैं। क्या है यूजीसी के नए नियम?
देखिए, barring the professional programs such as engineering, medicine, दूसरा जो डिसिप्लिन्स है इसमें एडमिशन्स कैसा होता है आप देखें तो दो तरीका है इसमें। एक तो कुछ यूनिवर्सिटीज़ बोर्ड मार्क्स को यूज़ करके एडमिशन देता है, और दूसरा यूनिवर्सिटीज़ एंट्रेंस टेस्ट को कंडक्ट करता है। तो इससे दिक्कत क्या है, हमारा देश में अलग अलग बोर्ड्स हैं और मार्क्स देने तरीका में बहुत डिफरेंसेस हैं। कुछ बोर्ड्स में इजीली मार्क्स आता है और कुछ बोर्ड्स में बहुत मुश्किल है 80% लाने के लिए। तो इससे बहुत डिसएडवांटेज होगा दो स्टूडेंट्स को जो बोर्ड्स में कम मार्क्स आता है। और दूसरा बात है कि हर एक यूनिवर्सिटी इनका एंट्रेंस कंडक्ट करता है और स्टूडेंट्स बहुत एंट्रेंस को लिखना पड़ता है और दूसरा सिटी को भी जाके एंट्रेंस लिखना पड़ता है। इसकी वजह से पेरेंट्स को और स्टूडेंट्स को बहुत स्ट्रेस होने का स्ट्रेस हो सकता है। इसीलिए हम एज पार्ट ऑफ द नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी हमने डिसाइड किया आगे जुलाई एडमिशन्स 2022-23 एडमिशन जो होगा वो एडमिशन्स को हम कॉमन यूनिवर्सिटी एंट्रेंस टेस्ट को चालू करेंगे। इसलिए 2-3 दिन के पहले हम यूजीसी ने अनाउंस किया CUET का। इसका एप्लीकेशन प्रोसेस अप्रैल 1st वीक में शुरू होगा और द एंट्रेंस टेस्ट जुलाई 1st वीक में होगा।
ठीक है प्रोफेसर सकलानी, पहले तो आपकी प्रतिक्रिया, ये जो नए नियम होंगे अब कॉमन एंट्रेंस टेस्ट एक तरह से सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी में ग्रेजुएशन में दाखिले के लिए, इस पर आपकी पहली प्रतिक्रिया, आपकी राय क्या है इसे लेकर?
मेरी राय में ये बहुत अच्छी व्यवस्था होने जा रही है, क्योंकि हम खुद देख चुके हैं कि बोर्ड्स का जो तरह तरह का पैटर्न एग्जाम लेने का है, असेसमेंट का है, वो कोई बहुत अच्छा नहीं है। और हम देख चुके हैं कि बहुत सारे बोर्ड बहुत कंजर्वेटिव मार्किंग करते हैं। मैं तो ये कहता हूं कि अब तो इन्फ्लेशन इन मार्क्स एंड मनी दोनों तरह से हो चुका है और 90%, 95%, 98% लाने पर भी बच्चे का वो चीज़ नहीं हो पाती है जो कि पहले 70% में भी कई बोर्ड में आ जाती थी। हम अपने से ही देखते हैं, 70% ला करके हमने लगभग 13 जिलों में टॉप किया था। आज कोई 70% लाता है तो उसका नाम लेना भी उचित नहीं होता है, बताते भी नहीं है शर्म के मारे। तो ये जो व्यवस्था है इससे कम से कम एक और मौका मिल सकता है और उस मौके के हिसाब से बच्चा परफॉर्म करता है तो ये बहुत अच्छी व्यवस्था होगी। और जैसा कि डॉक्टर कुमार ने अभी बताया है कि बच्चों को बहुत स्ट्रेस होता है, वास्तव में बहुत गरीब लोग भी होते हैं, एक जगह से दूसरी जगह जाना, टेस्ट देना, उनके पास टैलेंट है, मगर वो इतनी यूनिवर्सिटीज में जाते हैं। और इसका एक और फायदा ये होने वाला है कि जैसे अच्छी यूनिवर्सिटीज में तो बच्चों की बहुत ज्यादा भीड़ हो जाती है एडमिशन के लिए, मगर बहुत सारी यूनिवर्सिटीज ऐसी हैं जिसमें सीट बहुत खाली रहती है, बहुत सीट खाली रहती हैं। उससे क्या दिक्कत होती है, उससे NIRF रैंकिंग है उसमें भी दिक्कत होती है यूनिवर्सिटीज को। तो ये जो व्यवस्था होने जा रही है इससे एक तो बैलेंस बनेगा, भारत सरकार का इतना पैसा इन संसाधनों पे लगता है, विश्वविद्यालयों पे लगता है, बहुत सारी यूनिवर्सिटीज ओवर क्राउडेड रहती हैं, बहुत पुल्स एंड प्रेशर्स रहते हैं और बहुत सारे विश्वविद्यालयों में सीट वैकेंट रहती है। तो ये जो प्रक्रिया होने जा रही है, एक तो ये सभी विश्वविद्यालयों में विद्यार्थी मिलेंगे, एडमिशन होंगे, संसाधनों का उपयोग होगा और पैसे का भी सदुपयोग होगा और ये भगदड़ भी जो मचती है एडमिशन के लिए वो कम होने जा रही है। तो ये बड़ा स्वागत योग्य कदम है, मैं इसकी सराहना करता हूं और पूरे इसके समर्थन में बात कर सकता हूं।
ठीक है प्रोफेसर बलविंदर शुक्ला, आपकी भी पहली प्रतिक्रिया, क्योंकि जो बड़े और अच्छे नामी कॉलेज हैं हम जानते हैं, एक तरह से मैं तो कहूंगी ये दहशत सी होती है कि 99% कट ऑफ जा रहा है, कितना प्रेशर है बच्चों पर, इसकी बात होती है और लगातार ये चर्चा भी होती है। उसके बाद अब यूजीसी की तरफ से ये कदम, इस पर आपकी राय?
ये तो एक बहुत ही अच्छी पहल है यूजीसी की तरफ से कि सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी का कॉमन एंट्रेंस टेस्ट स्टार्ट किया जा रहा है, जिसमें कि बाद में बाकी विश्वविद्यालयों को भी जोड़ा जाएगा। हमने पिछले कई सालों से देखा है कि किस तरह से एडमिशन की भीड़ जुटती है कुछ यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए, क्योंकि एमआईटी एनसीआर रीजन में है, तो हम देखते हैं कि दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी में किस तरह से भीड़ जुटती है और कितने बहुत अच्छी मेरिट वाले स्टूडेंट को एडमिशन नहीं मिलता है और उसके बाद वो दूसरी जगह पे अपने एडमिशन ढूंढते हैं। तो ये जो एक यूजीसी ने और गवर्नमेंट ने जो इनिशिएटिव लिया है, एक बहुत ही सराहनीय एडमिशन है, क्योंकि हमारे देश में बहुत विविधता है। हर स्टेट का बोर्ड है, उनका मापदंड अलग है कि किस तरह से वो एग्जाम लेंगे, किस तरह से परीक्षाओं का आंकलन करेंगे। तो हमारे कहाँ तो 100% मार्क्स के स्टूडेंट होते हैं कुछ बोर्ड में, और कुछ में जो है टॉपर ही जो है 70% पे या 68 पे या 75 पे रुक जाता है। और उनका इक्विवेलेंस सिस्टम आज की तारीख में हमारे यहाँ पे बहुत अच्छा इक्विवेलेंस सिस्टम नहीं है कि इस बोर्ड का 75% और दूसरे बोर्ड के 100% के बराबर होगा। तो जब मेरिट लिस्ट बनती है कुछ यूनिवर्सिटीज के, तो बहुत अच्छे मेरिटोरियस स्टूडेंट है, वो कहीं पे भी सीट नहीं पा पाते हैं। तो मेरे हिसाब से कि ये जो कॉमन एंट्रेंस टेस्ट जो है अभी इनिशिएटिव लिया गया है, इससे बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व होगी, लेकिन इसको काफी अच्छी तरह से देखना, इम्प्लीमेंट करना और क्या क्या चैलेंजेस आ सकते हैं और उनको देखने की जरूरत होगी। लेकिन मैं इसके लिए बहुत सराहना करती हूँ यूजीसी की और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की ये एक इनिशिएटिव लेने के लिए।
जी, आपने इम्प्लीमेंटेशन और चैलेंजेस की बात की, इस पर मैं जरूर आप लोगों की राय लूंगी। लेकिन प्रोफेसर कुमार, मैं पहले चाहूंगी थोड़ा सा आप और क्लियर करें, ये कैसे होगी परीक्षा, कौन कराएगा? भाषाओं को लेकर भी बात हो रही है कि 13 भाषा होंगी, और क्या न्यूनतम अंक जो होंगे 12वीं में 12th में, क्या मिनिमम मार्क्स की भी जरूरत होगी? कैसे कैसे होगा ये सब?
देखिए, CUET को नेशनल टेस्टिंग एजेंसी कंडक्ट करेगी और इसमें 2 सेक्शंस होता है। सेक्शन 1 में 1A 1B, 1A में 13 लैंग्वेजेस हैं, एक इंग्लिश और 12 इंडियन लैंग्वेजेस, और 1B में 20 लैंग्वेजेस हैं, फॉरेन लैंग्वेजेस भी हो सकता है और संस्कृत भी है इसमें, और 27 डोमेन सब्जेक्ट्स है और एक जनरल टेस्ट भी है। स्टूडेंट्स एक लैंग्वेज टेस्ट और 2 डोमेन टेस्ट्स और एक जनरल टेस्ट सेशन 1 में कर सकते हैं। 4 घंटे का होगा ये सेशन, और दूसरा सेशन में स्टूडेंट्स 4 डोमेन सब्जेक्ट्स और एक लैंग्वेज सब्जेक्ट लिख सकते हैं, और टोटल 6 डोमेन सब्जेक्ट्स को स्टूडेंट्स लिख सकते हैं। कम से कम एक लैंग्वेज सब्जेक्ट और एक डोमेन सब्जेक्ट लिखना जरूरी होगा। जैसा DU में देखिए, DU में देखते हैं एक स्कोर इन डोमेन सब्जेक्ट एज वेल एज स्कोर इन द लैंग्वेज ऑल्सो दे विल सी। और लैंग्वेजेस और डोमेन सब्जेक्ट्स में 50 क्वेश्चंस होगा, और इससे सिर्फ 40 क्वेश्चंस को स्टूडेंट्स अटेम्प्ट करना है। बहुत चॉइस है। चॉइस हम इसीलिए दिया कि हम 12th स्टैंडर्ड NCERT सिलेबस को CUET में हम यूज करेंगे। हम जानते हैं कि कुछ स्टेट्स में स्टेट बोर्ड्स का सिलेबस होगा, लेकिन NCERT सिलेबस पूरा देश में लागू है और मेनी स्टेट्स आर यूजिंग NCERT सिलेबस। फिर भी कुछ डिफरेंसेस रहे तो स्टेट सिलेबस को और NCERT सिलेबस को हम चाहते हैं स्टूडेंट्स को कोई दिक्कत नहीं होना चाहिए, उसलिए हम 10 क्वेश्चंस का चॉइस भी दिया। आउट ऑफ 50 ओनली 40 क्वेश्चंस द स्टूडेंट्स हैव टू राइट। और ये टेस्ट को स्टूडेंट्स अपनी मातृभाषा में भी दे सकते हैं। 12 इंडियन लैंग्वेजेस और इंग्लिश है। मातृभाषा में टेस्ट देने के वजह से ऐसा नहीं होगा कि वो मातृभाषा में भी यूजी प्रोग्राम में ज्वाइन करना है, ऐसा नहीं है। आप तेलुगु में लिख सकते हैं, मलयालम में लिख सकते हैं, नहीं तो हिंदी में लिख सकते हैं, लेकिन जब आप यूजी प्रोग्राम में ज्वाइन होगा इंग्लिश मीडियम में आप ज्वाइन कर सकते हैं। तो रैंकिंग कैसा होगा, एडमिशन कैसा होगा? हर एक यूनिवर्सिटी 12th स्टैंडर्ड्स का मार्क्स जो है इसको क्वालिफाइंग मार्क्स जैसा यूज कर सकते हैं। एक यूनिवर्सिटी 50% रख सकते हैं, दूसरा यूनिवर्सिटी 60% रख सकते हैं। एक क्वालिफाइंग मार्क्स इसके ऊपर पे स्टूडेंट्स क्वालिफाई होने के बाद CUET स्कोर को सबमिट करना होता है, और यूनिवर्सिटी सिर्फ बेस्ड ऑन CUET स्कोर दे विल मेक ए मेरिट लिस्ट और एडमिशन देगा यूजी प्रोग्राम्स में। और 45 सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी को हम एक कंपलसरी करा, सभी सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी CUET स्कोर के बेसिस पर यूजी एडमिशन्स करना है। और कल ही मैं एक मीटिंग किया 8 डीम्ड टू बी यूनिवर्सिटी वाइस चांसलर से। सभी लोग इंक्लूडिंग टाटा इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ सोशल साइंसेज, जामिया हमदर्द, सभी 8 यूनिवर्सिटीज भी CUET में पार्टिसिपेट करेगा। और आगे दिन में मैं हर एक स्टेट का यूनिवर्सिटीज जो है, स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटीज हो, प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज हो, ये यूनिवर्सिटीज का वीसी से मैं मीटिंग करूंगा और इनको भी मैं एनकरेज करूंगा CUET को अडॉप्ट करने के लिए। हर एक एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट को ये सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है CUET को अडॉप्ट करके हमारा स्टूडेंट्स को इस स्ट्रेस से रिलीव करने का इनका सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है।
ठीक है। प्रोफेसर सकलानी, जैसे जो बातें अभी बताई हमें प्रोफेसर कुमार ने, एक तो है कि भाषाई आधार पर एक तरह से भेदभाव खत्म होगा और लगातार ये जोर भी दिया जा रहा है कि जो स्थानीय भाषा है, रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस हैं, जो उनकी अपनी मातृभाषा है, उसको ज्यादा से ज्यादा बढ़ावा भी दिया जाए। कहीं ना कहीं ये भेदभाव खत्म होगा। दूसरी बात यह है कि क्या 12वीं के जो अंक हैं उन्हें एक तरह से पूरी तरह से क्या शून्य मान लिया जाएगा? वो उस मेहनत का क्या होगा?
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है। अंक अगर शून्य मान भी लिए जाते हैं तो जो क्वेश्चन कॉमन सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी एडमिशन टेस्ट के लिए बनाए जा रहे हैं वो क्वेश्चन कहीं अलग से नहीं बनाए जा रहे हैं, उसी पाठ्यक्रम से बनाए जा रहे हैं जो वो पढ़ के आ रखे हैं। तो अंक शून्य माने जाए न माने जाए उससे ज्यादा फर्क पड़ने वाला नहीं है। और जैसा कि अभी सर ने बताया है कि वो यूनिवर्सिटी क्वालिफाइंग मार्क्स उनको रखेगी अपने उसमें। अभी उन्होंने बताया ना कि क्वालिफाइंग मार्क्स रहेंगे और फिर CUET का जो स्कोर होगा वो यूनिवर्सिटी को दिया जाएगा और फिर मेरिट लिस्ट बनाएंगे और निकालेंगे उसमें से। तो क्वेश्चन कहीं अलग से नहीं बनने जा रहे। तो अभी सर ने बताया कि NCERT का सिलेबस 21 स्टेट और 8 यूनियन टेरिटरीज में ये हमारी पाठ्य पुस्तकों से जो सिलेबस है वो रहता है। और आप देख लेंगे अगर सिलेबस स्टेट का भी है तो ये प्रोसीजर होता है कि वो सिलेबस लगभग मिलता जुलता है, कोई अगर थोड़ा बहुत फर्क भी है तो को 10 क्वेश्चन उन्होंने उसके लिए अलग से रखे हुए हैं। ऐसा हायर एजुकेशन का भी सिलेबस जब बनता है यूनिवर्सिटीज का तो 80% जो है यूनिवर्सिटी सिलेबस UGC सिलेबस गाइडलाइन देती है, 20% रीजनल एस्पिरेशंस को एड्रेस करते हुए यूनिवर्सिटीज अपना लोकल सिलेबस उसमें से रीजनल एस्पिरेशंस के हिसाब से बनाती हैं। तो इसलिए कोई ऐसा इसमें बहुत दिक्कत होने वाली नहीं है, क्योंकि हाँ नई व्यवस्था है, थोड़ा एप्रीहेंशंस लोगों के होंगे कि किस प्रकार से एग्जाम होगा, कैसे रिजल्ट निकलेगा, क्या इसका तरीका हो सकता है। तो एप्रीहेंशंस के लिए ठीक है। अभी UGC काफी प्रयास कर रही है और आप लोग भी कर रहे हैं मीडिया के माध्यम से, इस पे अवेयरनेस दे रहे हैं लोगों को कि स्ट्रेस में आने की जरूरत नहीं है और ये व्यवस्था कहीं अच्छी होगी। इसमें कोई जो पढ़ाई की है वो खराब नहीं होती कभी भी। बिल्कुल। और लैंग्वेजेस जो उनको आती हैं उस लैंग्वेजेस में आंसर देना है, मीडियम वो होना है। तो ये तो मानना ही नहीं चाहिए कि वो जो उनका अब तक की